Not yet, so it's working now. It's working. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a couple of minutes after 9:30, so could I ask everybody who has not yet done so to take their seats? Could I please ask our distinguished speakers to sit in the front row just while I give a few introductory remarks? And I'll call you up, distinguished speakers, to the podium in just a few moments. Chris, could I ask you to sit in the front row, and I'll just while I make some introductory remarks, and then I'll call you up onto the podium. Thank you very much. Friends of Europe, we always start with a jingle to put everybody in a good mood. We'll see if it works or not as we go forward. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, all good participants, a hearty, warm in every sense of the word today. Welcome from me, Jamie Shea, Senior Fellow here at Friends of Europe. I have the privilege to be the moderator of this first session of our 2023 edition of the Balkans Summit. The success of this event is exemplified both in the great number and level and value of the speakers we have today, and the fact that all of the seats in Town Hall Europe have filled up. So many thanks for that, for your support and your loyalty. I'm also delighted today to see so many of the younger generation, and I mean by that below 30. Normally the definition here is below 70, which doesn't include me any longer. But certainly it's good to see that we have a very diverse, in every sense of the word, audience today, which will make for a rich and diverse discussion. I need to, of course, thank our sponsors, because without sponsors, these events cannot take place. So thank you to the UN Development Programme, to UNICEF, to the US Mission to the European Union, and to the Albanian Helsinki Committee. We are truly grateful. This opening session deals with what we today tend to call sort of geopolitics, the big questions as we look to the next round of enlargement. We look to the future of Europe. We look both to the Eastern Neighbourhood, and we look also to the Western Balkans. Seize the political moment, of course, is a well-known phrase among commentators and political scientists. When I was studying many years ago, one of my professors was A.J.P. Taylor, very famous British historian, and he wrote a great book on the revolutions, the European revolutions of 1848. And he concluded by saying, history reached a turning point, but didn't turn. And so I suppose the question for us today, if this is truly, as I think it is, a decisive moment for the future of Europe as we look to the next round of enlargement, how do we make sure that this time history really does turn and turns in the right European direction? An important EU Council is coming up in just a few days' time. We know when decisions have to be taken on opening membership negotiations with new countries, Ukraine, Moldova, pursuing those negotiations dynamically with the existing candidates. We think of Serbia, Montenegro, of course, the recognition of candidate status for others, Georgia and Bosnia, even if conditions are still there. How can we make this process successful in producing peace, stability and security, not just for the new members, but for all of us in Europe? How do we come out stronger, even with a much larger Europe, more influential, more powerful on the world stage, given all of the geopolitical challenges we face today? We know that this new round is going to be particularly difficult, challenging. You'll say it's always been that way, yes, but this time, of course, we have war in Europe. We have, obviously, in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have continuing instabilities in other parts of the region as well. In the Western Balkans, we'll discuss those today as well. But at the same time, we also have made enlargement a success in the past. So what useful lessons from that previous process can we draw upon in the way in which new instruments have been designed, better monitoring has taken place, bigger rewards for bigger effort, narrowing the economic gap as we go along the enlargement track? What are those successful examples, and how can we strengthen them still further? How do we balance the technical factors of negotiations with the political dialogue? How do we do the enlargement process while resolving conflicts as we go ahead, particularly, of course, and most urgently, support for Ukraine and making sure that enlargement fatigue, or Ukraine fatigue rather, doesn't become a self-indulgent reflex of we Europeans, because the stakes for us are as important as they are for Ukraine. And how, as we go forward, do we work across Europe on common challenges that can't wait for the next round of enlargement? Climate change, extreme weather, illegal migration, protecting our critical infrastructure, energy security, resilience, and all of those things. And of course, how do we build public support for this process and a political consensus? Sometimes our citizens see all of the short-term disadvantages and costs rather than the long-term benefit. So how do we take that message to our public? That, of course, is always a very big issue here at Friends of Europe, where we are great believers in citizen engagement. So lots of difficult questions. The great privilege of being a moderator is you get to ask them, but nobody expects you to be the person to answer them. Instead, we have got 9 very prominent people here today. We have 8 prominent Europeans and 1 prominent American. You may think, oh my God, 9 people on a panel. Yes, it is a record, I think, at Friends of Europe. Maybe you say it's a record that we shouldn't try to beat in future. But it's not just because I think Friends of Europe has a certain magnetism that persuades eminent people to say yes to our invitations. I think it's a recognition of the fact that we all recognize that this is a really crucial moment in the future of Europe. People want to participate in the debate. They want their voices to be heard. We need to consult these voices. And so please bear with us as we have 9 speakers, because it's going to be worth it in terms of the insights that they're going to provide and their ability to help us to develop a common roadmap and strategy here today for the future of enlargement and how that ties in to the future of the European integration project. We will, of course, though, break it up a little bit. I've asked the speakers to really limit themselves to 5 minutes. If your prime ministers and presidents have to give only 3 minutes at the UN General Assembly, I know that you can have the luxury of 5 minutes and use them effectively, but I beg you, please, to be on time so that we can make sure that we have questions and answers as well. And of course, when I do ask the audience to intervene, I need to ask you for the same discipline, please, dear audience, in terms of short, snappy questions. So if we do that, we will, I think, get through a lot of issues successfully in the 2 hours that we have available. We need always a good keynote speaker to get us going, and I'm really delighted that we have Gert-Jan Koopman today, Director General, of course, for the neighbourhood, for enlargement negotiations in DG NEAR at the European Commission. He is obviously the only person you would think of around the Brussels scene, given his role, to set the initial framework for our debate as we go ahead. He may not think that I've asked the right questions. If so, Gert-Jan, please tell us what the right questions are. And please come up onto the stage, give us your keynote remarks, get us going, and then I'll invite, once you've finished, sir, the other speakers to take their places on the panel, and we will then turn to them. But again, thanks for accepting our invitation. You can either take my microphone or take your own. And away you go.
Thank you very much, Jamie, and thank you for reminding us that we are young until 70. That is great to hear. And with the aging population in the Commission services, I will relay this to my colleagues. So I'm delighted to be here, delighted to see such a full room. And I think that essentially underlines the fact that enlargement is back and that the geopolitical strategic dimension, of course, is in everyone's minds. I've been asked to speak 5 minutes, so I'll stick to that. But basically, I have a few messages for you. One is that enlargement is really back, and that the difficulties that everyone, of course, is reading about ahead of the European Council next week are the difficulties that are inherent in really big decisions. So, there's a lot of pessimism in town. I, for one, am not pessimistic. I'm an optimist. I'm a paid optimist, of course, but still an optimist. And I think we should see it for what it is. These are really groundbreaking decisions that need to be taken. As far as Ukraine is concerned, we've never opened enlargement negotiations with a country at war. We're talking about a 50 billion euros facility, largest ever envelope for a third country. And obviously also the decisions that are in front of leaders for other countries with whom we are discussing enlargement are really significant. In the Western Balkans, of course, our decision to open negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina, provided the necessary degree of compliance with the conditions is met, is also a very important decision. So I think that we've had a long period of limited progress with enlargement, and the view everywhere is that this is no longer sustainable, and that therefore we need to really do this differently and make it happen. And I think when I say we need to make it happen, it really means you need to make it happen, because at the end of the day, enlargement is a merit-based process. We need it, you need it, but we have to do it together. And I think the efforts in terms of reforms have to be matched by support from our side, and much more clarity about what is needed when in the process. So against that background, and I'm zooming in now a little bit on the Balkans, I would say that the growth plan which we published in November is a very good example of what we mean. Essentially, the growth plan has a double objective. First objective is an economic objective, which is to essentially double the size of the economies of the Western Balkans in a decade, to really boost growth by getting much needed reforms undertaken. That's matched with significant additional funding on top of what is already a generous envelope. But the big difference here is that it is conditional. So the money comes when reforms are made. And it's the hard reforms that are long overdue that need to be made in order to get the money. And I think that's really very important. But the second objective is that we would bring enlargement accession for you closer through this growth plan as well. So it's an accession booster. And why is that? Well, for two reasons. One, because the hard reforms that are needed under the so-called fundamentals will happen more quickly and more robustly than if we operate outside of this growth plan. So that brings enlargement de facto closer. But secondly, and very importantly, we are offering you to integrate into the internal market in 7 areas, and there could be more later, which are very beneficial for you and also beneficial for us. And that means de facto that you would be participating much more fully in the EU before you are a member. So that anchors your economies much more in the EU economy at an early stage. That, of course, comes with responsibilities for all of us. For our partners in the Western Balkans, it means that in these areas, EU legislation needs to be on the statute books. It's not unprecedented. You do that in transport and energy, where you're members of the transport community and the energy community. But it needs to be done much more fully and much more quickly. For us, it means we need to help you more. I'm still relatively new in my job, and one of the things that really surprised me is how few colleagues from member states are actually working with the administrations in the capitals of the countries. So we've decided to change this, and we're looking now for a very significant reinforcement to help the process advance more quickly. I often say that in my view, we have left the Western Balkans alone too much. It's our fault also. So much more engagement to make these reforms happen, to give a genuine prospect of early integration in the internal market. There's, of course, a whole debate about progressive integration, changing the enlargement process. I don't want to go into that right now, but this is a very tangible, very practical way of doing this. Now, for this to work, the region itself has to overcome some of the long-standing difficulties across borders and has to make their own common regional market a success. I know this is very hard, but there is no room for complacency anymore. We cannot take in countries that have a poisonous relationship, that have a dialogue about borders that is really not of this century. And I'm very glad that Miro is here. He will no doubt talk about his excellent work on the dialogue. But I just want to leave one very simple thought with you. We will anchor the conditions for the normalization process between Serbia and Kosovo as conditions in the growth plan. We have to be clear about this. This has to advance. We cannot wait anymore. And the same is true for other regional issues that have hindered progress towards the EU, which we will try to resolve through this new mechanism. So the growth plan is really important. A lot is riding on it. I'm very encouraged by the very strong reaction from the region. Our president toured the region. I had the privilege of accompanying her. We explained what was needed. We have been in touch, listening to you. But then afterwards, literally 3 days after the adoption of the plan, we met with many of the key ministers in Skopje, hosted by our North Macedonian colleagues, and a flying start was made. I remember that there was a friendly but ironic comment made by some of the colleagues from the Western Balkans that the pace was not really commensurate with what they were used with in terms of EU processes. And I think that is true, but we need to keep up this pace and move forward. Now, how is this going to change the geopolitical structure? Well, I think it is actually relatively straightforward. As you move closer to the EU, you need to choose more and more for the EU. You'll be anchored economically in the EU much more fundamentally than you are now, and the fundamental reforms have to be taken much more seriously. This also comes with choosing on CFSP alignment the road towards the EU. Many of you have already done that. Others still have a bit of work to do in this regard. And the integration and investments in infrastructure will anchor you in the EU system, making it possible to diversify away from other actors. So enlargement is also the biggest possible investment, the strongest possible investment in geopolitical stability. And by taking it seriously, by focusing also on the economics, which have been a driver of enlargement previously, we can resuscitate the process, bring back the spirit, if you will, of 2004, and move forward robustly. There's a lot to play for. I'm not saying it's easy, but there's a lot of energy in the region, and there's a lot of commitment on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for starting us off and also proving that you can make lots of very good points in just 5 minutes, particularly this idea of more engagement by nations, the growth plan, concrete steps. There is a concrete offer on the table, the idea of regional cooperation as well as EU integration, and the linking of the solution of regional conflicts also to the process. I'm sure that we're going to have lots of debate around those. So thank you, Gert-Jan. We now go to the screen where, if everything technologically speaking is working well, we should have Ola Stefanishina, the Vice Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Olha, let's see if you're there. Is it going to happen? I give it just a couple of seconds.
I'm here if anybody hears me.
Oh, yes, we can hear you. It'd be great to see you as well. Hearing is even more important than seeing, but we could certainly hear you. So, Olha, we're trying to get... good, there you are, thank God. It worked just in time. Thank you so much for joining us today from Kiev. I know your time is limited, so I will stop speaking and immediately pass you the virtual microphone for your 5 minutes of remarks, please. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, colleagues, and I would not take much time from my colleagues from the Western Balkans. We're all ahead of very important steps to be taken. Probably just a couple of principal messages on our side from Ukraine is that basically our feeling back in Kiev is following. We are at the edge of the new historical momentum. We recollect in our memory the Helsinki Council, the Helsinki European Council meeting in 1999, when the decision has been taken to start a massive European enlargement of European Union. And this decision has been made and implemented. And now the European Union, we know right now, has taken another decision back in 2022 to secure European stability and start a new massive enlargement. Unfortunately, the countries of Western Balkans have faced an experience of, let's say, veto-driven agenda of enlargement. I don't think that it has to have the time at this moment. And in that regard, the meeting of the European Council, which is expected just in less than a week time, will be the answer about the approaches, whether we will see the enforcement of the decision which has been taken just a year ago in June 2022, whether it will be the same historical process which has been taking place since 1999 with the previous enlargement, or it will be again backtracking in the, let's say, ordinary veto-driven agenda. We see no room for this development. We think it's the momentum which should be preserved, and the approach should really serve the momentum of time. Unfortunately, just 2 years ago, before the full-scale invasion and the war, full-scale war started in Ukraine, we all have been looking into European Union and our perspectives of membership as the major instrument of development and stability in our countries and in all European continent. At this point of time, we also have to understand that this is a major investment in the security of both Western Balkan and Eastern European parts of Europe, and I think that this is as important as it is to speak now about security and European integration as an inevitable moment of this. At this particular point, I also want to bring your attention to our understanding that the enlargement countries can drive the enlargement process ourselves. And that requires a permanent engagement, contact, exchange of experience, practices, and knowledges. So I'm really grateful to all the colleagues in the Western Balkan countries who have been helping Ukraine to go through this process, and Ukraine remains open to share its best practices, experience, and knowledges in that regard. I think that greater coordination, greater engagement, and understanding that we are not splitted by the regions of Europe, but we are united by enlargement process and this new historic momentum is a very important understanding that we should build together and help each other to move faster, more coordinated, and more in a more sustainable way. And I'm really grateful and inspired by the remarks of DG NEA Director General Gert-Jan Koopman about the benefits which are needed to be gained throughout the way to the very membership and the accession talks. And I think that the access to single market is a very important instrument and boost which allows to continue in parallel the political negotiations, the political dialogue, and align it with the economic benefits which could be gained throughout the process. I think it's really important, and our experience also shows that it's a way forward of greater integration of economies, knowledge building, and also a mutual integration building. So I thank you, colleagues. I fully support every ambition every country of enlargement puts in front of it. Ukraine is ready to drive with its energy this historic momentum and ready to support any country which is standing for the same goals. I send you a sincere wishes and sincere gratefulness on behalf of all Ukrainian people, 91% of which support our European track, and Ukrainian civil society and think tanks who have been working persistently and hardly to make these decisions happen. Let's stay united, let's stay coordinated, and let's bring ourselves together to European Union and all the benefits of security and prosperity it will bring to all of us and all of the European Union enlarged. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Prime Minister, thank you. I know that, Deputy Prime Minister, you can't stay, you have to go, which is totally understandable, but just let me transmit from us also to you all our solidarity with you. All of the best wishes, all of our support for Ukraine. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will stay online for the time being, simply because that way you can see the screen before I ask our speakers to come up to the platform. Next, I'm delighted he's here with us already, so it's working well, to welcome Martin Dvorak, the Minister of European Affairs of the Czech Republic, joining us from Prague, I imagine. That would be logical. Mr. Minister, again, on behalf of Friends of Europe and everybody, welcome. You hopefully can see the room, so you see we've got a packed audience today to listen to what you have to tell us. Please let us have your perspective from the Czech Republic as we move forward, of course, on this big new round of EU enlargement. You yourselves went through the process many, many years ago, so perhaps you have some sort of lessons from that period also for the prospective future candidates. But again, thanks for joining us, and a warm welcome. The virtual microphone has now gone from Brussels to you, and so please take the floor.
Good morning to everyone from Prague. I believe do you hear me, please?
We can hear you well, Mr. Minister, so no technical problems.
Once again, thank you very much for inviting me in this debate, because I am really involved in the debate about the enlargement of EU for a long time. And I must be clear by very beginning, I may be not 100% objective, because I have to declare I'm an honorary citizen of one of Kosovo village. So I feel a huge affinity to everything what is going around about the Western Balkans, and I'm a huge supporter of the membership in European Union as soon as possible. But now back to enlargement in general. EU enlargement has got a new political perspectives and dynamics after Russia triggered its brutal war of aggression against Ukraine almost 2 years ago, more than 600 days, as I know. It has reminded all of us that the EU is essentially a peace project, and that the enlargement of EU means expanding the area of stability, security, and prosperity in Europe. One of the best security commitments, not only for Ukraine, of course, is EU membership. It was same with us, Czechia. And a large EU will be able to better stand for its values on the global scale, to strengthen its capacity to resist against aggression, hybrid threat, and other security risks. Therefore, Czechia supports the opening of access talks with Ukraine and Moldova. The December European Council, let's hope it's going to happen. This will be an important signal for support for Ukraine and Moldova, and a crucial EU response to Russia's power ambitions and its efforts to reset the rules-based international order. Czechia also supports the opening of accession talks with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and granting Georgia candidate country status at the upcoming European Council. We understand that some remaining steps need to be undertaken, of course, and we encourage them to do so as quickly as possible. Obviously, EU enlargement is a merit-based process. We shall not forget about it. It must be, as acceding countries need to be fully prepared before entering the EU for their own good. Taking example from our own experience, becoming an EU member is just the beginning of demanding everyday job and responsibility. Necessary reforms, therefore, play an important role in terms of getting a desired level of political and economic transformation. The EU constantly evolves in order to respond to new challenges, war and conflicts, crises and opportunities, be it climate change, recent COVID-19 pandemic, or global economic issues. It is natural that discussions on changes to the EU institutions and functioning run in parallel with discussions on EU enlargement. However, these two processes are, in our view, separate and should not hinder progress in the enlargement process. We are also of the opinion that EU can be enlarged within the current treaties. Czechia actively supports efforts of the Western Balkans and associated trio countries to become member of EU as soon as possible. It is our position for a long time. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, and thank you for being commendably brief, which means that, please, does the Minister disappear or can he stay for... Minister, can you just spend another couple of minutes with us so that we could perhaps take a few questions? Also, taking advantage of Gert-Jan still being able to be with us for a few more minutes as well. Is that all right?
Yes, absolutely. As I announced, I'm available until 10:45.
Well, we seem to be okay, just for a few more minutes. Yes, we're perfectly okay, so a few minutes indeed. So let's break it up with 3 questions from the audience, please. So this is your opportunity. Yeah. Don't let me ask all the questions today. Who wants to ask the question? We've got Gert-Jan, we've got the Minister. I'm giving you the opportunity not to have speech after speech, but to start the debate already. Yes, thank you. Somebody has to start. Could you also give, as always, your name and your affiliation, please?
Of course. I'm Tina Nachledi, and I'm Research Fellow from the Center for European Policy Studies, CEPS. And it is great to hear the comments on ongoing debate on the enlargement. I just want to pick up on the comments made by the Czech minister, because he has to leave soon. He mentioned prosperity and security. And there is a big debate. Would enlarged EU be more secured? Does the EU have tools to provide security to the newcomers? Can he just, provide us with more food for thought? Thank you.
So does an enlarged EU also help to develop the EU sort of defence and security union? Now that's a good question. So, Mr. Minister, did you hear that question from the audience? You did indeed?
Yes,
and maybe
yes, I did.
A comment on the same one too. But Mr. Minister, you first, please.
Okay, thank you. I have heard, and I have to declare as well, as it already has been said, I'm also among the group of optimists regarding this EU enlargement, and I really support it. So that means that I have to believe that EU is able to provide or to extend their stability and security after enlargement. The area of stability must be bigger and bigger, and that does make EU stronger and more resilient, because actually we are under huge threat from not only Russia but also China and maybe some other threats, to stabilize a part of European continent makes sense for me. I know how complicated our relation among the states in Western Balkans, but anyway, I really believe that we have to support them on their way to the European Union, and to support them because for us it's also a benefit in the same way, because it means that future Europe will be bigger, stronger, and more stabilized. We cannot afford to have some unstable area so near to EU borders. So it's much better for us to stabilize the area by our negotiation, by our support, by our help with changes, transformations, etc. So yes, on the question I'm answering, yes, I really believe that Europe is able to provide the new members with support, what means this is the way how to make EU stronger and more resilient and able to protect itself.
Thanks, Mr. Minister. You stressed in your remarks, of which I imagine is uppermost in your mind, all of the economic aspects of enlargement and integration, narrowing the wealth gaps, the growth pact and so on. But Ursula von der Leyen, I think the other day, if I picked it up rightly, was also sort of suggesting that in the defence area too, she was thinking, I think, of Ukraine and future European defence programmes. Could there also be that kind of progressive integration of security? Is that something on your radar screen to respond to the question? So, and I'm taking 2 more questions, so get ready, please, audience. Thank you. You'll be next, sir. Gert-Jan.
Thank you very much. Well, indeed, I think that progressive integration, not just in the internal market, but in what we call EU programs, provides this degree of security that would otherwise simply not be available. So, if we can anchor countries in our EU defense industries, we have an EU defense program. Take Serbia. It has a military establishment producing high-grade weapons. I know this is very controversial, but I would have thought if the country really integrates and chooses for the EU fully, including on the CFSP part, that would be a boon. I mean, we don't have to talk about Ukraine. It's probably got the largest and strongest army on the continent. I personally think that would add a lot of security compared to the counterfactual of the country being outside and therefore we need to see this big picture. Naturally, that cannot be done quickly. We all realize this, and there are very serious conditions that need to be fulfilled for this to happen. But the prospect of doing this, I think, is very real. And the fact that some people look a bit quizzical when we say these things shows that the bar for enlargement policy has been far too low over the past decade. Thank you.
Thanks, that's very clear. Sir, please, and name and affiliation if you don't mind.
Good. Thank you. My name is Marco Schwarz from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, a political think tank of Germany. I have a question for the Director General when it comes to staged accession. I mean, you mentioned certain areas, internal market integration before a candidate country can join the European Union. But are there other policy areas or other methods the Commission would like to propose maybe next year? What are the plans regarding this staged accession approach?
Okay, thank you. Before I ask Jan to answer, I said 3, so yes, please, sir. You'll be the third. And then we'll take those 2 questions with both of you, please.
Dear Link, good morning. My name is Nenad Đurđević. I am advisor to the President of the Serbian Chamber of Commerce, so good morning to everyone. And I would like to pose a question to Mr. Koppmann. In the new growth plan, you mentioned that there will be no possibility for any country to block other countries' path to the access to the single market, which is a fair and necessary step. However, how do you think to achieve that, bearing in mind that then on the second side, you presuppose that the new growth plan should be based on the current system of Common Regional Market Action Plan, CEFTA, with Moldova there, blocked for 3 years, so on and so forth. So how do you really plan to unblock this situation? Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. So the 2 questions are for you, Gert-Jan. If the Minister has a final comment, I'll bring him in as well, and then we'll get the rest of the panel up onto the stage. Over to you, sir.
Thanks very much. I'll be brief. So I think on stage accession, I would say you have to wait a little bit for the next Commission. There are huge questions as to the nature of the enlargement process itself. I don't want to go into that at this juncture for obvious reasons. But what I want to underline is that stage accession in reality is already happening. And we need to be very clear about it. Yes, it's limited at this juncture to the economic sphere, but countries are participating in many EU programs. This is the EU. The EU is characterized by its policies. Many countries already participate in these policies. And I think we could do more of that, and we could do it faster. The internal market is ultimately the economic heart of the EU. If progressive integration in the internal market can be arranged with the necessary conditions and safeguards, we need to be very clear because we also need to protect the internal market, obviously, then that is a very good example of stage accession. Now, the institutional piece, as I said, is for later, but we already have ministers attending meetings of councils. They unfortunately don't always show up, but these facilities are already available. So I think we need to give more structure to this. We need to take it more seriously because this progressive integration means faster integration. And that's fundamental, and we don't have time to lose. That is essentially the message. Now, coming to the second question, which was about
sort of articulation between sort of regional cooperation.
Yeah, the nuts and bolts. So I think I love this question because what we now have is a situation where everyone can gridlock everyone else, and the discussions are sometimes, for a relative outsider like myself, surrealistic. I mean, the common regional market would add at least 10% to the GDP of the countries in the region. So that is a lot. I mean, that is, a low-hanging fruit, which in any other part of the world would be seized upon. But here, to be fair, the region is discussing things that have got nothing to do with the CRM and block the CEFTA Secretariat. So how do I see this? Well, I think the first thing is that we need to be clear about individual responsibilities. So if the CEFTA Secretariat is blocked, and we determine that there is one of the 6 behind this country, the country blocking it, will be barred from any further access to the internal market. But the other 5 won't. So yes, at that juncture, this country is taking the CRM hostage. The CRM will not function well, but the internal market will advance. So I think this is a way forward which comes with much stricter conditionality on the countries. If the countries don't want, they can be our guest. The offer is there. But the amounts available under the growth plan are large, and not using them, I think, is going to be very hard to explain to the populations and the business sector. I know you represent the business sector. So I'm sorry, but the leadership in the countries also needs to take responsibility for these matters. Same is true for the normalization process between Kosovo and Serbia. There has to be more responsibility for the common interest of the region and the common economic interest of societies and countries. And I think, to be very fair, I come from a different background. I don't really understand why we haven't been much stricter with conditionality. So that is going to be the name of the game. A lot of money, but you need to work for it.
Okay, so greater rewards potentially, but for greater effort. Very clear message. Minister, you've been very kind joining us today and patient waiting there. Did you have any final comment related to those two questions before we come to the next round of speakers?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yes, I just wanted to underline or maybe repeat what already has been said, that us, European Union, we are absolutely open for the enlargement and the new momentum. We have to use this situation. On the other hand, we cannot forget that there are some specific conditions for entering, for enlargement, to be a member of EU. And all of the candidate states or potential candidate states should know about it. There is no way how to skip any of the specific conditions and rules and to enter in this European house. What we are, of course, wish to everyone, we are waiting for you, we need you, but anyway, you have to understand there are some specific rules that they cannot be skipped and bypassed. So this is my basic message, maybe. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Minister, thank you very much again for joining us today. We greatly appreciate it. Again, thank you. I know that you have to go in due course, so let me, if you have to slip away, which is natural, you have a day job, we appreciate that. Let me thank you very much also for joining us today. I also would like then to invite our speakers who are here in person to join us up here on their chairs. You have a designated place. Thank you for waiting so patiently, but your turn has arrived. So please come and take a seat. Exchange your seat there for a seat here. Stefan, you're here. Miroslav, you're there. Maida, you're there. And Maida, you'll be first, just to give you a warning, if that's all right with you. If that's right. Chris, you've got a place as well. So, many thanks indeed, again, for your patience, for joining us. So the debate is well underway. Thanks for the questions already in, so let that be an encouragement to everybody else to also get ready, because after the next three speakers, I'll go back to you, dear audience, for more questions. So first of all, we have Maida Gorkovic. I hope, Maida, I pronounced that correctly. I'm terrible for names. Even when they're British names, I still manage to mangle them. But you are Minister of European Affairs of Montenegro. So thank you very much for joining us today. So I pass the floor first to you for your comments, please.
Well, thank you very much.
Your microphone
yes. should work. Okay, as I speak. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues from the EU, dear colleagues from the United States, colleagues from the Western Balkans, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for your energy and for positive tone. I already feel like we are a member of the EU. So thank you once again. And also it is great that we heard encouraging messages that are coming from Mr. Kopman and from also the ministry, the previous speakers. So in that way, I will continue with the positive note as well. As you are aware, the Montenegro has a new government. Well, it is 40 days of a new government, and from the very beginning, we are starting and showing that now we are changing some things that weren't going on in a best way when it comes to the Montenegro. I must say, even the fact that we are the front runner when it comes to European integrations, that several last years we didn't do much, and the previous period of time showed us that we must work much harder and much more when it comes to the reforms, especially when it comes to the European agenda, which is the highest of our goals in Montenegro. And also here encouraging messages today are the welcome to Montenegro to have in mind. Since this is the optimistic topic, I will say so. I will also send the optimistic things that we were done in this first month of this government. And first of all is the fulfillment of the Constitutional Court, which was, how to say, non-functional for a while when it comes to Montenegro. So in the upcoming months, we will have to straighten our judiciary, and especially when it comes to the EU criteria. The whole Europe is now aware that the EU enlargement policy is a solution to the ongoing geopolitical situation and all the challenges that are happening, and this is not the first time that it's happening in the history. This is why I hope that the political elites and both in the Western Balkans and also in the EU will understand the call of the history. And when I say to understand the call of the history, I say to not to take it for granted, especially having in mind that it is not only realistic, but it's urgent and historical. Like Mr. Koppmann said, enlargement is investment in geopolitical stability. And I must say that my perception is also that fulfilling the obligations from the EU negotiation agenda is also a tool for maybe against the malign influences that can be happening in Western Balkans as well. And of course, these reform efforts must be accompanied by the strong political support from the Western democracies. I believe that there is no better alternative for the EU to address the malign influences in the region than the EU accession policy. And we are delighted to see that European Commission coming up with a new innovative mechanism like and such as the growth plan and for the Western Balkans in order to steer the reforms in the right direction. So Montenegro is strongly devoted to the idea of European Western Balkans, and I'm sure that we can and will be the role model for all the countries that are willing to take the EU path. And I'm certain that the EU also needs Montenegro as a good example as well to be in that way. So we will focus on all our resources and capacities in political and technical terms to fulfill all EU accession criteria by the end of the mandate of this new government of the 4 years. So. As you are aware, Montenegro is the most advanced country when it comes to the negotiation process with the EU, with 3 chapters closed and all opened. As the NATO member state, the country with no open bilateral issues, a country that uses euro, demographically, economically modest, therefore doesn't pose any threats or imbalances on the single market. Our poll of our citizens in Montenegro shows that approximately 80% of our citizens sees Montenegro as the next member of the EU. And also, I have to say that our geopolitical position as well, 100% alignment with the common foreign and security policy of the EU. I think that Montenegro remains the most suitable candidate for the next EU member state. And because of the time, let me conclude that the European integration process is not a passing political decision, but a generational choice, shaping our society for years to come, and coming from the generation that strongly believes in the idea of the European Montenegro and the European Western Balkan region. I will strongly advocate, as a Minister of European Affairs, for the implementation and all necessary reforms in order to achieve a long-standing desire of our citizens, the European standard of living, and the EU members. I'm at your disposal for any questions, and thank you once again for your energy today.
Oh, thank you, Maida. Well, thank you, and we are optimistic of Friends of Europe, and in fact, we've reinvented Gramsci. You remember he used to speak of the sort of the optimism of the will and the pessimism of the intelligence. Well, we're trying to also have the optimism of the intelligence as well, and I think we're certainly developing some good, intelligent ideas. So thank you very much for your intervention. It's great that you're making such good progress along the way, and maybe some interesting experience and lessons learned there for the people who are behind you in the process as they move ahead. Thank you again. We'll get to the Q&A in just a moment, but first I'd like to ask Minister Osmani, Baja Osmani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia. Thank you, Minister, also for joining us today. Thank you for your patience, along with everybody else, but finally, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jamie, for inviting me. Well, empirically, the EU enlargement process has been somewhere in between being meritocratic and geopolitic. And if I put it in simple words, it would be that the thick iron doors of the EU open at certain geopolitical momentums shortly, and enter those who are readier or readiest. Not that those who are absolutely ready, but those who are readier at that moment. How does this translate to Western Balkan, which has been left aside throughout the years? Is it lack of preparedness, or is it lack of strategic clarity about the geopolitical momentum? I would say both. But the Russian aggression against Ukraine has cleared out this geopolitical or strategic confusion. And when clearing out the clouds of confusion, what we see is a paradoxical situation. You see a blue map of EU with a small gray island of 6 Western Balkans, which in total make the size of one member state, which is Romania in this case, and doesn't fit to this blue sea of the European Union. I often say it, I will say it today. It is like a wound in a body. Wounds happen because of lack of circulation. Western Balkans is gray because there's no full circulation between the rest of Europe and Western Balkans. And wounds become either bleeding points, either entry points for germs. This is what Western Balkans could become if it's left unattended for many, many years. Either it will be a bleeding point as it was during the First World War, or it will be an entry point for malign influences. If you zoom in to North Macedonia, the situation becomes even more paradoxical. North Macedonia has become a litmus test of EU credibility in the region. Is a case study that challenges this conventional wisdom of EU enlargement process being meritocratic or geopolitic. Because in our case, it is the perception, at least, I'm not saying it, our people say it, is as EU is setting or imposing exceedingly challenging requirements not to foster integration or to foster growth, but rather to discourage participation, to induce withdrawal, or to ensure failure by maintaining a facade of fairness or being interest to enlargement. You impose to a country an insurmountable requirement as to change the name. Most of the countries would say, get off. We won't do that for the sake of EU integration. North Macedonia surprised everyone. Those who maybe thought that by imposing these kind of difficult obstacles, the process will remain in a stalemate and no one is to be blamed beside the candidates. And North Macedonia did change the name. And then additional requests to discuss joint history with another country. Okay, maybe someone hoped that we will say, no, this is red line. We won't continue with our discussion. We signed a treaty with Bulgaria establishing a commission on joint history with Bulgaria. And then when we did all this in 2019, they said, well, we need to change the methodology of negotiations. So you cannot start accession negotiations after 17 years of being candidate. And when we said, okay, new methodology, put the strictest criteria, nothing can change our mind to become a member of the European Union, then it was, let's now do the reforms of the European Union in order to be ready to fit a new country. So this is a paradoxical situation that challenges this conventional wisdom, and therefore now I'm promoting, just as the director of DG NEAR said, we have been promoting lately this concept of more integration before membership. Because we have seen that there is a default problem with the concept itself. EU enlargement is binary process, is all in or nothing, is 0-1, there's nothing in between. And this we realize that is the source of frustration for both the candidates and for the EU member states. Because for the candidates, you get nothing along the road until you become a full member of the European Union. And the road is long, is bumpy, is difficult. And then you experience the benefits after membership itself. You lose your people along the way. You lose the battle with their hearts and minds because someone else will try to hijack their frustration. And this is also a source of frustration for EU, because EU think that if countries for Western Balkans particularly would join EU will render to be infunctional due to its consensus-based or unanimity-based decision-making. Therefore, our proposal is, if this is the source of frustration, this formal momentum of membership, can we do a paradigm shift? Can we focus on the process instead of this source of frustration? So we start becoming part of the European Union along the way before formally joining the European Union. And we have foreseen 3 pillars in this process. One, sitting around the table in political formats of the European Union. North Macedonia aligns 100% with CFSP of EU. Why am I not invited to sit at the Foreign Affairs Council table? And also in other tables as we meet criteria. So we get to know the process along the way. You get to know us along the way. Second is entering single market as we meet criteria. And third, becoming eligible to structural and cohesive funds before joining EU. Since at the moment there is an 11-time difference between what candidates in Western Balkans receive as direct funds from EU and what our EU neighbors get. So the convergence gap is growing instead of narrowing along the process. And there is an estimation that I think Albanian Foreign Ministry has done this analysis, that we will reach the standard per capita of Germany in 60 years if Germany would stall developing today. And the idea of the process is that this convergence gap will gradually decrease, get narrow, so we become fit to join the European Union. So the only way is integration before membership. And I believe that by the end of the process, formal integration will not be a news in the headlines in the Balkans, because people will feel the benefits on a daily basis in their pockets. Political elites will have enough incentive to push for reforms because there will be deliverables during their mandates. Now there is no incentive, since nothing happens in return for pushing the EU reform agenda. And I believe also EU will stay in a comfortable position by not being challenged in this unanimity decision-making. Thank you so much.
Mr. Minister, first of all, many thanks for the very frank tone. We really appreciate that here. And thanks for the good proposals and ideas on what progressive integration could look like and how you could contribute along the way to that process, and the need for the challenges to be demanding but doable at the same time. I'm sure we're going to come back to that in the debate. I'm going to turn now for the third and last speaker in this round before we go back to Q&A to Ambassador Christopher Hill. Friends of Europe, we believe that European security and stability requires a strong EU, but it also requires a strong transatlantic partnership. We saw that in the 1990s when the region could only be stabilized with the commitment of the United States in all senses of the term. I was at NATO in those days, in the 1990s, with Kosovo and Bosnia, and one of the emblematic diplomats in the United States, along with Richard Holbrooke, the late and great Richard Holbrooke, was Ambassador Chris Hill, of course, who has had a long association in his career with the Western Balkans. You left for a while to become Dean of the Kerbal School, I saw that, but it's good that you're back now in the service of US diplomacy. I still believe, beyond the wars of the 90s, that US commitment is the necessary sort of other side of the medal to EU enlargement. So Chris, hopefully you would agree with that, and tell us a little bit about how the US is continuing to play the stabilizing role there today. And thanks for coming to Brussels and joining us today.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie, and it's really a pleasure to come back to Brussels. Haven't been here in a while, and it's a little strange, though, that to come back after some years, and in a sense, we're all discussing the same issues we've been discussing for a long, long time. Look, I'm a very typical American diplomat in that I have never seen a country that I didn't want to see have its aspirations to join the European Union realized. So we're in favor of everyone joining the European Union, of course, except ourselves. So, so that's one point I have to be very frank about. The second point is, I think, frankly, the creation of the European Union, going back to the start, is one of the greatest, truly one of the greatest historical accomplishments of Europe. And I think we always need to kind of keep that in mind. And when I look at this current round of, I'm going to call it a round of enlargement because I think it is happening, once this is accomplished, and I am of the view that it will be accomplished, this too will be considered, I think, one of Europe's finest hours because we do it, you do it, in the context of some really tough headwinds. There's nationalism. We haven't talked about that, but Jamie alluded to the fact that reaching out to the public is, very important. But sometimes that public has really lost some enthusiasm for this project. So any government that has to kind of support this process has to deal with a citizenry that is, at best, kind of concerned about it. So that kind of, I think, headwind is really quite difficult. There's also a war going on in Europe, and make no mistake, as President Biden has said on a number of occasions, we are in it for as long as it takes because we, that is Western civilization, cannot lose this one. We've got to be there and make sure that we prevail. I cannot imagine, and I won't imagine, the consequences of losing. So we have to get this war done. We have to deal with the difficulties here. And then we have to deal with the aspirations of these countries that are in Europe and in no other place. I'm not suggesting that Europe has a copyright on the word European, but you have to remember countries not in European Union, but they are in Europe and they're entitled to use those words as well. So how do we proceed? From my perspective in Belgrade, I was very pleased to hear Director General Koopman talk about conditionality and talk about regional issues. And you would think that sitting in Belgrade, I'd just want to talk to you about the Belgrade-Pristina issue. Frankly, it's a lot deeper than that, and it needs to be addressed. One of the earliest rounds of enlargement had to do with what are now called North Central European countries. And they all met. There were 4 of them, of course, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, and Hungary. And they met in a town called Visegrad. By the way, every country in Europe seems to have a Visegrad. In this case, it was in Hungary. And what did they do? They did something very historic. They said, we are not going to be bad-mouthing each other and saying, take us first. We're not going to be in this kind of competition. We're going to show some patterns of cooperation, and we're going to go in together. And this was really quite a seminal moment, I think, for these countries, because cooperating with each other, even establishing patterns of cooperation with each other, how to put it, did not come naturally, and they yet understood this. This model of Visegrad is what is needed in the Western Balkans. There is way too much of this idea that, pick me first. I've completed more chapters than you have. By the way, if I had ever had chapters and clusters in 2nd grade, I would have never gotten to the 3rd grade. I don't know how countries do it, but it's pretty tough stuff to go through. And yet countries have to get this done. And, as I say to many Serbs, to the point that Serbs are getting a little tired of me, I'm saying, look, the EU loves you. They just don't love your problems. And you've got to address your problems through chapters, through this aligning in foreign policy. You've got to deal with this. And I think when countries say, well, we have a lot of problems. Those problems are tough for us. I remember being in Macedonia, and some Western leader in the NGO world came and told the then Macedonian prime minister, do this, do this, do this. And by the way, I have to go get on a plane and go to Budapest or something. And I remember the Macedonian prime minister said, that's easy for him. That's easy for him. He tells me to do stuff and then he leaves. He doesn't have to go to see the parliament the next morning and tell why we're going to have Albanian language in our schools when a lot of the parliamentarians think this is a bad idea. So you have to be respectful that these countries have real concerns. have real concerns about taking these tough steps that have real impacts for them internally. And so one thing these countries need to be convinced of, and I'm frankly convinced of it at this point, is that this enlargement phase is absolutely real. It is going to happen. You know, there was a great American movie a few years ago with Tom Cruise, and he played the role of a sports agent. He told the athlete, he said, "I've got a lot of money for you." And the athlete famously said, it was a line from the movie, famously said, "Show me the money." And show me the money is happening. And I think it's very important. And this, again, Jerry Maguire. Yeah. This isn't easy. This isn't easy because the European Union has tremendous interest in showing the money to Ukraine and making sure, as I said at the outset, that that project does not fail. Finally, I'd just like to say, when you look at some of these countries, they're all different. Serbia, look, it's different. It's got its own history. Everyone is burdened by a difficult history. If there were an Olympics for difficult histories, I think Serbia would be up there, sort of gold medal competition. But what you look for in these countries is whether they're kind of heading in the right direction. Are they doing the right thing in terms of internal reforms, the kinds of things we talk about in these chapters and clusters, and there's some other annoying name for that. And then, are they doing the right thing internally? Are they trying to do the right thing externally, which is problematic because they have a lot of people who don't want to do it? Are they trying to do? And, you know, one thing with Serbia, we don't talk about it. I don't know how many members of the press here. We don't talk about it at all. But let me just say, they're doing a lot for Ukraine, a lot for Ukraine. And people who don't know about it should know about it. But please be quiet because it's not everyone's favorite thing to do in Serbia and elsewhere. Anyway, I think this project is doable. And I think with the kind of energy we're seeing coming from the European Union, you know, sometimes you get energy in a certain direction because you know there's really no other place to go. And so we need the energy. We need this sense of these patterns of cooperation among these countries. We need a process of regional cooperation. I don't care whether you call it Open Balkans, Berlin process, Open Berlin, whatever you want to call it. What I do know, studying the history, is if you go back to 1878, the Berlin Congress of Berlin, you'll see one thing in 1878, that the countries of the region didn't think they had to work with each other. They thought they had to get close to some great power. By the way, that's what the international community was called in 1878, great powers. And that these countries felt they had to get close to a great power and then work with that great power to secure their interests in the region. That shouldn't be how it works. They need to work with each other in order to secure their interests. Thank you very much.
Chris, thanks. Thanks for using wit to communicate serious political points too. Always appreciated here as well. Yeah, old models like Visegrad, which were successful, they can be good lessons. You mentioned, of course, the need to sort of deal with the transition from the external aspect of you must change to the internal aspect and difficulty. Each country is specific as well, but it's good to hear that at least from a US perspective, what the EU is doing is the only way to go. And even if you can't join the EU or did not want to join the EU, your willingness to politically support that project all the time from the outside, I still think is absolutely fundamental. So anyway, enough from me. We've had 3 more speakers. Again, I'm grateful to the 3 who have waited to the end for their patience. But remember, if you wait to the end, there's more chance that the audience remember what you said as opposed to the previous speakers, because that will be the most recent thing in their mind. So there can be advantages to that, but I thank you for your patience. So we'll take again a quick 3 questions. Golden opportunity, dear audience. Take advantage. Yes, please. At the back, please. The microphone is coming. Hey, Robert.
Yes.
Over to you.
Hello, Robert Scheller, former Polish diplomat and a NATO official. Thank you, Ambassador Hill, both for your efforts in the 90s and today, and for mentioning Visegrad 4, because it was really a good thing. And Stefan can nod, I hope, that indeed that was the idea. Let's really cooperate. It's a bit sad, bearing in mind where we are in Visegrad today, but that's another story. Question, frankly, to our distinguished guest ministers from the region. Yes, countries who have gone through this road, and there are, I think, quite a few of us, in terms of EU integration. We know how painful it is, and we share your frustration, because let's not forget that process has been stalled not by magic, but some, frankly, wrong decisions were taken a few years ago. Now it's back on track lines. But nevertheless, to be very honest, some of the things you are asking, they suggest that you would like to travel the road in a kind of, special manner. And, I think that might be a bit difficult because, there are experiences which everybody had to go through, and of course times are different and all the rest of it. So I just wanted to ask you whether you have really kind of analyzed all this, because it's not just the so-called old members who have to support this process, it's the new members as well. And it's an issue of, for example, the temporary derogations.
Robert, you'll forgive me.
My question is simply
straight to the question.
Straight to the question is: have you really kind of thought through all the requests that you're making in terms of the effect they will have in a variety of member states? Sorry.
No, Robert, that's fine. Thank you. Right, that's clear. And let's take another question. Yeah, yes, lady there. Thank you very much.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Deborah Kolgega, youth representative of UNICEF Albania. This question would probably be more related to Minister Bujar's Osmani speech, but feel free to give me your opinion. You previously mentioned that the actual situation of the Western Balkans and the integration of these countries would be crucial because otherwise we will be left behind. And I feel like not all of us agree on that because we would be part of the UN if we were, but I would like to ask what we as youth people could do to accelerate the process of being part of the European Union. Thank you.
Yes, young people are here today, not just to listen, but to act. And so we're grateful to have you. Yes, what role can the younger generation play here? They have votes as well. Thank you. So there is thanks, Paul, for indicating that somebody is at the back. Thank you. Sir, please.
Good morning. My name is Boban Ilic, Secretary General of the Standing Working Group for Regional Rural Development. Based in Skopje, it's a similar setup, regional, like you mentioned, energy community, transport community, but this is cooperation in agriculture. First of all, would like to congratulate my minister. I'm coming also from Macedonia, North Macedonia, for the very frank and direct explanation of the frustration in the country. And also, if you notice, I am, by my surname, I'm ethnic Serb, but I'm also Macedonian in a way. Minister Osmani is also belonging to another ethnicity, and fully share this picture which he drew. Question to Ambassador Hill. Mr. Hill, you have been serving some of your terms in the 90s in Skopje. And also now you're in Belgrade, so you're very knowledgeable, how can I say, about the region. You mentioned Open Balkan, you mentioned Berlin process. Why do you think that Open Balkan does not have the support, neither here in Brussels, neither in these great, how can I say, places like London, Berlin, and so on? Because the results of the Open Balkan cooperation between the three countries, North Macedonia, Albania, and Serbia, already achieved tangible results in terms of figures. It has been confirmed. What do you think? What is the problem?
Sir, you'll forgive me, but straight to the question, if you don't
mind. That was the question.
That's the question.
Why there is a feeling that Open Balkan is not a set up for a regional cooperation?
Okay, that's a perfectly good, legitimate question, and it begs the issue of which of these regional frameworks is the best able to deliver the goods. I look, forgive me, Stefan and Miroslav, but I look a little bit to my left here, particularly to the ministers, because many of the questions were to them. We had, first of all, the issue, particularly to our three ministers, have you done the homework? Do you know what is coming in terms of all of the requirements? I suppose it's an issue of how well prepared you feel you are. Then we've got this issue of youth and its role. And then finally, of course, the question about regional cooperation frameworks and which ones seem to work best. Madam, may I start with you, please?
Well, thank you very much. To be really honest, we know where we are at the moment when it comes to Montenegro, and we are not searching for any shortcuts to be the next member of the EU. So we are aware that we must finish our homework, but this is also the communication in both ways. So as a new government with new energy and with the new reforms that are highest on our agenda, we will do our best. So taking care of the past, that we learned what were our mistakes, and now just to work much more in the future. So I wouldn't take more your time, since we are the new government, like I said, with the new energy. So maybe my colleague will explain much more.
If you allow me, because
and
either.
May I ask you also to answer all of the questions in one intervention?
Yeah. So probably I was misunderstood. I was clear when I said, when the new methodology was introduced, I said, put the strictest possible rules. Just be fair. So we don't want shortcuts. We don't want bypasses. North Macedonia has started this journey 23 years ago. We were in a group with Croatia and Slovenia. Everyone believed at that time that this is the first group joining EU. And then Slovenia and Croatia today marks 10, 15 years of its membership. North Macedonia has not opened a single market yet, not because it has not fulfilled criteria required by the EU, but because of bilateral issues non-related to EU accession process being imposed to us. 2005, we were granted the status of candidate. Since 2009, EU Commission has been sending yearly to the European Council. This country has fulfilled all the criteria to start accession negotiations. Always has failed to European Council has failed to reach unanimity for North Macedonia to join EU. So this is what we are asking. But since we are seeing that unanimity is a difficult business in the EU, in order to maintain the credibility of the process, to build a scaffold up to the 2030, because I want to be clear, integration before membership or gradual integration should not be seen as an alternative to membership, but as a way to fill the gap in between now and 2030 is now, if it's now the indicative year for membership. To build a scaffold so we keep our people on board. Otherwise, we are losing our people due to unpredictability and frustration. With regard to youth involvement, I think one of the reasons first to go what we do for the young people, the main reason why we are pushing for accelerated EU membership is to stop demographic decline, brain drain, and young people particularly leaving the region. And we have studied all policies that the countries in the region have undertaken to prevent this brain drain or migration in general have been improvisations. The only way is joining European Union. This was the story of Spain. This was the story of Portugal. This is the story of Poland. 600,000 Polish people have returned from Ireland to Poland because of the improved living standard. And what the youth could do for the process, this is an inclusive process. And I've been saying this to our domestic audiences. Unless we, both opposition and governing parties, shake hands, include all stakeholders and civil society into one state process, as Croatia did during their time of negotiations, we will never meet the criteria to join the European Union. And here, certainly, youth is an important, a crucial stakeholder in society.
Minister, thanks very much. What I'm going to do, Minister Hassani, is I'm going to ask you to allow Chris Hill, if you don't, to answer the question. And then Minister Hassani, I'm going to give you an extra couple of minutes, and I'm going to turn to you because you're the next speaker.
Microphone.
Exactly. So you could answer the questions and also present your remarks, if you don't mind giving us two for the price of one, as it were. So Chris, please.
So this is the question on open Balkans and regional cooperation.
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Well, I can give a short answer, which is I don't know. I really think these regional approaches are the right way to go. I'll never forget when the Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama came to Belgrade last year for the beginning of an Open Balkan meeting, and which they started with a wine festival, which I recommend.
Got things off to a good start anyway.
And so he got up and he said, you know, I have a speech here written by my staff, certainly not by his foreign minister, but certainly he said, I have a speech here in which it says that wine was invented by Albanians. He said, maybe it is. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but that's not the spirit of why we're here.
Yeah.
Very good point. A really nice way to deal with things. Seriously, though, I think, as I alluded to the Congress of Berlin in 1878, I think there is not a sort of pattern of cooperation in the region that allows people to feel that a regionally generated approach, that is generated within the region for the region, is somehow the right way to go. I think there are a lot of historical suspicions. Why does Serbia want this? Surely Serbia has some ulterior motives for having a regional approach that could somehow involve Serbia wanting to dominate other countries in the region. So there's that kind of suspicion. Now, that suspicion has to be overcome by the Serbs themselves. They need to make clear that these are open agreements, openly arrived at. By the way, that's an American formulation from Woodrow Wilson. And to try to convince people that, no, there's no hidden agenda here. But in the, in the Balkans, I mean, people get very suspicious. I mean, even if someone has a winning lottery ticket, they get very suspicious about it. So there's a lot of homegrown suspicion, and I think it has to be overcome. As for Berlin process, I think it's done a lot of good things, but I think it needs to be perceived as more regionally generated, because ultimately these countries, whether some are in the European Union or others are not, I mean, they're going to have to realize that their neighbors are going to be pretty much the same for the rest of their lifetimes, and they ought to try to figure out how to deal with their neighbors. And I hope that can be accomplished. And certainly, being in Serbia, I've also served in Albania, by the way, and I take great pride in trying to use a little empathy for understanding why people think and look at things differently than other people. So I would start with a little more empathy, and I think with a little more of that, maybe we can get some more regionalism. And then, like those Visegrad countries, the Western Balkans can come together more strongly, not be divided and conquered, but rather come together more strongly and deal with, the questions that they have to deal with.
Chris, thanks very much. Good sound advice. Thank you very much. Minister Hassani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Albania and also for Europe, you've been extremely patient, as have my two colleagues here. Thank you so much for that. But finally, the time has come. As I've said, an extra minute in your case, sir, because you could answer the questions and also give us the tenor of what you wanted to tell us in any case. And again, thanks for your patience. A warm welcome.
No.
We're all interested now to hear from you.
Great pleasure. Thank you for inviting me in this format. It's absolutely outstanding to be with people that have been engaged for at least the last 2 decades for and with the Western Balkans, including you, Jamie. The Albanian faces might change. You might meet and discuss with different Albanian individuals, but the messaging from Tirana will be the same. We are focused to become a member of the European Union without ifs and buts. And for this, rest assured, because all the discussions, including whatever remarks might come around in the Western Balkans, will continue to be the same. I will not repeat what other speakers were saying, and they said brilliant things, but there is one thing that I want to emphasize, that multilateralism is suffering, and is suffering deeply. And we're seeing it frequently, day after day, year after year. We don't see facts anymore in the same way as we did in at least 3 decades ago. We see facts differently. We don't even see facts from a different angle. We see facts from an opposition. And this is the result of what we are facing with regards to the situation in Ukraine. The war of aggression of the Russian Federation is a clear and evident fact. And what is happening in the Middle East with the Hamas terrorist acts against Israel is another grim example of what we should continue to focus on. And in this particular case, the Western Balkans is not hundreds of millions of people, as Minister Osmani was saying, or hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, but it's if you put the map, it's a gray area surrounded by an ocean of European Union countries. That is amazing, but at the same time, it brings more and more requests to all of us. Many things have happened since the 90s. For those, at least in the first rows, that remember what was happening in the 90s in the Western Balkans, it's a good thing to see where we are now and where we are today. And it's thanks to the Europeans, and in particular the United States, that this change has been made concrete, and the 6 Western Balkan countries are now knocking at the doors of the European Union to become members. One of the colleagues was asking about the process. I think the process of becoming a member of the European Union is quite clear, quite evident. What we ask is to start delivering. Up until now, we have been prepared for our exams. If we do the metaphor of the young kids, we have prepared for the exams. We are ready to enter the exams. But some of us are being questioned why we are dressed like that, or why the haircut is not appropriate. The most important thing is the exam, and this is something that we will continue not only to prepare but also to deliver. There are certain elements that we should not forget. First and foremost, the creation of the European Union. It was created to leave behind a bloody past of Europe, a bloody past of 2 big countries that decided to enter into this union, bring others into it, and move forward. And this should be also the example for all of us from the Western Balkans. We should see that our future is common, and history can be taught and read in different formats. And it's very important to have deliverables, including good results from the Kosovo and Serbia dialogue, and Miro will probably talk further into it. But I'm happy to see that the Commission is the most robust EU institution that continues to think strategically, and continues to push the positive agenda forward, and happy to see those results more and more evident. On youth, I'm happy to hear a question. I will make only a short remark that youth today represents 30% of the population, but you represent 100% of our future. Therefore, we should continue.
It's a nice phrase.
We should continue delivering for you, because you will build up on what we have achieved so far. And on a final remark, the ancient Greeks used to call Evropi exactly that part of the continent that is today called the Western Balkans. It's time for the old Evropi to become part of the European Union, and I thank you so much.
Minister, again, thank you very much indeed. We now turn to our final two speakers. So finally, having been on the left, I can now turn to my right. Miroslav Lajčák, your name has come up frequently in the discussion because, as it's been pointed out, while you work on the long-term integration, the region itself needs to deal with its legacy issues, but it needs help as well to deal with them. And you've been now, I don't know for how many years, but for a long time, the EU Special Representative for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. Difficult, but progress has been achieved. You're also a great friend of Friends of Europe and a regular at Balkans Summits. I said to you earlier that we really couldn't do one without you, and I mean it. So again, thanks for your patience. Appreciate that. But a lot of people have been looking to you to give us a sense of how this is all moving forward and how you see this particular sort of bilateral dispute being sort of folded in and maybe resolved in the overall process of EU integration. But anyway, again, thanks for your patience. Welcome. You've got a microphone already, so sir, away you go.
Okay, thank you and good morning. And before speaking about the particular issue of normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia, I also want to put it into the wider context. And the context is that the momentum is here. There is no doubt about it. The irony is that the momentum was brought by Vladimir Putin and his aggression against Ukraine, but the fact is that he opened the door. And the main question now is whether we will be able to use this momentum to transform it into a new quality, because momentum never lasts forever. So the momentum is here. And the second point, yes, the geopolitics has opened the door, but the geopolitics will not get you through the door. So it still continues to be the merit-based process. So I sometimes feel from the region that, okay, so the geopolitics would get us in. No, it will not happen. But use the fact that the door is open as long as it is open. European Union is ready, and here comes another irony. For more than 20 years I've been dealing with the Balkans. This is the first time I see EU more ready for the Balkans than the Balkans for the EU. EU is ready, EU is getting ready. We heard Director General Koopman speaking about the growth plan, which is a huge thing, a game changer. I call it a Marshall Plan for the Balkans. For those who will be able to seize the opportunity, it will really make a lot of difference. But there is more. I remember 2 years ago at this very summit, and the dinner, Elmar Brok spoke about what is called today gradual integration. Bring them in wherever possible and whenever possible. That was an innocent idea back then. Today it's part of official EU vocabulary. European ministers are meeting to discuss how to bring the Balkans in the room in our programs without changing the treaties. You had President Michel mentioning 2030 as an orientation date for us to get ready, for you to get ready. So you have the Franco-German paper, not my Franco-German paper, another Franco-German paper. My Franco-German paper is not Franco-German paper, by the way, but okay, that's a different story. Yes, but this is the paper that deals with the question how the EU will deal in an enlarged format. So that means EU is getting ready. I don't see the same level of enthusiasm on the side of the region. The region is still highly skeptical, and what I hear is we have been there before, we have seen this earlier, and nothing came out of it, so why should we believe that this time it will be different? This time it is different. This time it is different. But the region really needs to realize that this is a unique opportunity. When you read the progress reports, annual Commission reports, assessing the progress or lack of thereof in the Western Balkans, what you hear most often is limited progress, democratic backsliding, and corruption continues to be a serious threat. So this is unfortunately the picture. And we need to, how to wake up like the region out of lethargy. Two options that practically that I see. First, to give the chance to Ukraine and eventually Moldova, because there is a lot of positive energy, a lot of commitment, and the region will see that it's happening, and they might not be on the train, and I'm sure this will work. And second, if some of the countries from the region will get the opportunity to move forward, I'm sure that the rest of the region will continue because they are watching each other very closely. So let's make sure we don't miss this opportunity. Another point, which has not been mentioned here yet, is the member states. So On the positive side, as the recent research by the ECFR shows, in 24 out of 27 EU member states, there is a majority of population in favor of enlargement, which has not been seen lately. So there are only 3 EU member states where there is a opposition against the enlargement is bigger than the support, which is Austria, Germany, and France. But let's also be aware of the fact that along the process, we will have to address several very important questions. The first one, enlargement versus institutional changes. So deepening of integration versus expanding. And you see different positions coming from different member states. Chancellor Scholz said clearly enlargement, yes, but after institutional changes, for example. Or the France is speaking about differentiated integration and so on. The second question, decision-making, qualified majority vote. Can we expand without addressing this issue? The third, very important issue, who's going to pay for it? So what are we going to do about the budget? With the current budget, with the current rules, this will not work. If the common agricultural policy and cohesion policy remains unchanged, Ukraine will be entitled to get 180 billion euro, and the Western Balkans 50 billion euro. And there are other programs the EU is financing, and there is a reconstruction of Ukraine which is happening. So there are important questions. Are we going to increase national contributions? Are we going to generate more own resources? Are we going to increase the debt? This needs to be addressed. Issue number 4, what about the values? What about the respect for the rule of law? How are we going to make sure the European future for the region without this normalization to happen? I'm glad that this positive momentum is having also its impact on the current atmosphere in the process, and we have now seeing progress on number of files. We are about to close the very important energy file. You have seen there is a progress on the license plates. Yeah. There is a progress on the local elections in the north. There is a progress on the missing persons file, which is also very, very important. And we also made progress on agreeing on the steps how to implement the agreement on the path to normalization. So I'm in daily contact with the two parties, and clearly we cannot achieve normalization if there is no clear vision that this is linked to the very concrete process of the European integration. Right now, as I said, the momentum is here, and it also has the positive impact. And my very final point, let's not forget the political calendar. European elections next year. So the way I see it, it's really important that all the important decisions are made before we enter into the electoral campaign. And then we can have the implementation throughout the formation of the new commission and everything. But don't wait for too long, and don't wait for the new commission. We need to make this decision here, but it takes 2 to tango. As I said, EU is ready, and I wish for the Western Balkans to be equally ready.
Miroslav, thanks very much. You really set out an agenda of big challenges, but you defined the framework very well. Thank you for that. I mean, particularly this phrase that the geopolitics have opened the door, but geopolitics can't get the countries through the door. That's a very sort of telling formula. It says a lot. I know that Stefan is also very preoccupied with the idea of, readiness has to be sort of equivalent and mutually reinforcing on both sides. Stefan Füle has very kindly accepted to be very patient and to be the last speaker. I prevailed upon him to agree because he is a trustee of Friends of Europe, and therefore I can count on his sort of in-house patriotism. But he is also, as everybody knows in Brussels, is the former EU Commissioner for Enlargement in the European Neighbourhood. So he was very much the person who was sort of bringing the last round successfully through that door and reflecting on his experience of that time and all of the lessons learned and progress along the way, which is relevant to this round. And then finally, before Stefan speaks, I should add that he's been very helpful to us internally in Friends of Europe with the trustees in helping us to frame our own reflections on the topic. So, Stefan, Jan was the good person to start as the current Director General, but you're, I think, by far the best person we could have to sort of round up for us at the end, based on your own reflections on what you've heard from the debate today. So, again, thanks for your patience, but you get the last word. That's a good compensation.
Jamie, many thanks. Dear friends, I have absolutely no problems to wait. I had problem, to sit on this very uncomfortable chair. So if you bear with me, I will stand. Now, let me start with the following. If you meet a politician and he would tell you, oh, my country is the staunchest supporter of the EU enlargement, and at the same sentence he would tell you, but I am in favor of retaining the veto power and so on. And you will meet a lot of these politicians these days. He's not honest. He's either lying about the first or about the second. Okay? And we finally have to accept that. Now, what I like to do at the beginning, to make a short detour to the past, because to understand what's ahead, I think it's important to understand the past. April 2008, Bucharest invitation to Ukraine and Georgia, actual invitation. The sentence that they will become the NATO members. But at the same summit, we refused to provide them the membership action plan. 2007, 2012, the negotiation between the European Union on one side, a number of the Eastern European partners about the association agreement / deep and comprehensive free trade areas. We were telling them, oh, we will bring you as close to the door of the European Union as possible. But when it comes to the door, no, we will not open it. Okay? So in the first case, we show them the light at the end of the tunnel, but we have not shown them the road. In the second case, we show them the road, but no light at the end of this tunnel. There was one man with us in Bucharest. Christopher, I'm not sure whether you have been there at that summit. Putin. And he made, in the framework of NATO-Russia Council, a speech. At a certain moment, he stopped reading. He looked at us and he said, are you really ready to accept this artificial country, Ukraine, to become the NATO member? And half of us laughed, and half of us, because we didn't know how to react, and the second half did not get the point at all. But Putin did. He understood we were bluffing, okay? And we reinforced this through this association agreement and the EU. Look what has happened just a couple of months after Bucharest in Georgia. Look what has happened after we had a consolidated text of the association agreement, which would keep the former Soviet Union, some of the former Soviet Union, from joining this idea of the Russian Mir. Crimea, pushing the Georgians, Moldovans, and so on. So this is exactly the reason why it is important to do it now and to do it right. Okay? And to be consistent. Because these half consistencies, paid off very, very badly. Now, the three things are, I think, important. As I said, the time. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the time. And my message to those who are talking about the peace and thinking about not letting this process of accession negotiations to start with Ukraine, my message is, if you say A, please be honest and say B. I do not necessarily agree about sort of your A, but I respect it. But if you're really serious about the peace, then just be serious about guarantees, how to ensure that the peace is not just a fata morgana for a very limited period of the time. Because both the EU membership and the NATO membership are extremely important element of safeguarding the territorial integrity and peace in Ukraine and in the region. Point number two,
enlargement works. The lessons learned were taken very seriously. We have moved from the ticking the boxes to the track record. There have been a lot of changes. The people do not understand. They still have that image of the big bank and all these troubles it has created for the old members and so on. The Croatia was the first country to join and being forced actually to tell us, you know, whether the legislation has been working or whether that institution has been staffed, has money to do its job, and it's independent. And the message is that enlargement has been turned, and it has always been the most transformative or the most powerful transformative instrument. But it has also been turned into the most efficient instrument of transformation. Now, the third point is, and I'm getting back to my first point, it's not only about candidate countries to get prepared. It's about also the European Union to be prepared for the candidate countries, okay? And those who see really a big difference here, those who are sort of saying, oh, okay, candidate first, you know, you start, and then if we see that you're serious, you know, then we start. You know, this approach, that was exactly that approach which stopped the engine of enlargement years ago. Those countries have not been admitted so far because of the lack of reform or lack of efforts, a lack of sincerity on their side, but because us, the member states, have not been ready after this big bang to accept the new member states. And we need to restart this engine. How this engine works? You deliver on the task associated with the process, and you're being moved forward in the process of enlargement. So you're being motivated, step-by-step approach. You know, after a couple of years of not being motivated, the politicians, you know, from the Western Balkans turned to me and said, "But it's nice, I mean, that you have all these demands and so on. But why should I bother? I have another sort of important task ahead of me, and this is to be re-elected and so on. And if you're sort of not moving me forward and I have nothing to show to my citizens, my electorates, why should I bother?" So we have stopped the engine of enlargement, not the candidate countries. Yeah, let's not forget about the citizens on both sides, by the way, because we're talking, and legitimately, about the expectations of the citizens of the candidate countries. We need also to address, of course, concerns of the citizens of the current member states. Let me finish with a dream. As I have heard some times ago, a president to become of the European Commission who said, enlargement, no under my watch, okay? I wish in a couple of months there's going to be a candidate for the president who said, enlargement, it's my priority. And I plan in the new commission to have two specific vice presidents, one for the enlargement and the second one for the institutional reform of the European Union, to ensure that those two processes are going in parallel. Thank you very much.
Stefan, thanks. That was a great wrap-up, tying your experience and what didn't work in the past, what did work in the past, to how we go ahead, and a great plaidoyer to finish on, which takes us bang up to the present. Looking at the clock, we have 5 minutes, which means that we do have time for 3 quick-fire questions. Get the question out first, then the explanation for the question, please, rather than the other way around. Always a good technique. That way I can cut you off as soon as you've asked the question. But again, take advantage. It's not every day that you're going to see this blue ribbon panel, even by the standards of Brussels. So take advantage. So thanks, Paul. Paul, you're doing a great job of helping me to find the people who want to come in. So thank you. Sir, at the back, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hello. My name is David Chmelik. I am Czechoslovak. I am the founder and the president of Slavonic Europe, which is an association in Brussels in order to support the cooperation of all democratic Slavonic countries and peoples. So I'm very happy to see two Czechoslovaks sitting here side by side. It's nice to see that. Actually, I have two questions. First question is Minister Hassani mentioned Europe, Europe actually in ancient Greek, in New Greek, Europe. That means that's your region where you are coming from. My question to the organizers is never actually in the Friends of Europe summit here on Western Balkans, any panel on culture, on regional identity, on characteristics of the regions which we are talking about, because that's very important. And that leads me to the second point, it's money. We are talking all the time around money here, which is of course very important, and I worked for 11 years in the DG budget in the European Commission with Mr. Koopman, by the way. So it's important, but actually the founder of Czechoslovakia, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, he said the states are held together by the principles by which they have been funded. Now, if the money is gone, then that would mean that the membership is gone, the loyalty is gone, the populations are gone. And that's my question to the representatives of the candidate countries here. How can you motivate your populations without money? Thanks a lot.
Okay, thanks very much. So whatever the nostalgia for the old Czechoslovakia that emerged from your question, sir, you asked two very good questions about the role of culture. That's true, we didn't address it. So maybe a quick question, is culture a factor of regional integration? Is it something that can help in the overall political process? Because there is a rich culture in the region, clearly. Obviously, money is the second one. Thanks. So please make a quick note. As I said, two quick final ones. Yes, at the back, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Anita Blaževska. I am the Vice President of the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce of North Macedonia. But I'm not going to ask the question as the Vice President of the Chamber in the official role, but I'm going to ask the question as a citizen of North Macedonia. And my question is to Mr. Stefan Füle in his capacity as former EU Commissioner of Enlargement. You mentioned in your speech that European Commission has to be aware of the citizens and their perception towards the European Union and the enlargement. For that matter, I'm curious to understand your view. How come you see the EU growth plan, how the EU growth plan is different from the previous initiatives that were initiated by the European Commission, such as the high-level political dialogue with the countries, then political union where candidate countries were invited to participate together in some meetings, diplomatic meetings with the member states. How you now see concretely the EU growth plan changing our perception that indeed the enlargement and our accession in the European Union will happen soon? Thank you.
Okay, those are some good questions, specifically to Stefan. I'm giving an opportunity for one final one. Yes, please, at the back. Microphone will come to you, sir. Yep.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Maja Ibričić.
No, it's okay.
Did I take someone?
Possession of a microphone is 9/10 of the law. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you then. I'm a youth representative from Bosnia and Herzegovina. My question is connected to what my colleague said, is how does the European Union intend to address concerns and potential obstacles raised by current member states regarding the enlargement process? Because I know that Mr. Lajčák said that the majority of the European Union member states are in favor of the European Union enlargement, but we know that there has to be a unanimous decision in the European Council, and maybe how do you see the potential treaty change in the context of the European Union enlargement?
Okay, thanks. That's obviously a very topical question. And the gentleman at the back, you keep putting your hand up, and your microphone never comes to you, but you've got it now, so you get, for your patience and your perseverance, the final question.
Good morning. My name is Dwonkus Bobek from the Institute for Economics and Peace. A question for Mr. Lajcak. Mr. Lajcak, you mentioned how rule of law was a very important precondition for EU accession. I wanted to ask you, on what grounds can the EU demand such high standards from candidate countries when one of its 27 member states, namely Hungary, or more specifically its Prime Minister Viktor Orban, has so openly deconstructed both the rule of law and the constitution since 2010?
Okay, thank you for a very sharp and brief question. So we've got on this side, particularly for our ministers, Chris, you too, perhaps this notion of can culture help, the money side. Anybody who wants to comment, you don't have to. Final opportunity. And then some specific questions to Miroslav and to Stefan. I'm going to ask for very brief answers because we're up against the buffers in terms of time, but it will at least allow the audience to have had a final sort of pick at the cherry. So please, Minister, you first.
If I may start, and I wish I had more time to make many questions to Minister Lajcak because what he said, but we will continue the discussion.
There's the coffee break afterwards.
And yes, culture can really help. But I think in the Western Balkans, we have so many things in common, not only culture. We have food, we have history, we have traditions, we have so many good things that we are proud of sharing. What can unite us is peace, real peace, and not peace on some processes that never end, have started and will continue forever, but peace. Peace and understanding of what has happened should belong to the past, and we should move forward for a common future. And culture, food, and entertainment helps creating that environment, including the wine that Ambassador Hill mentioned. And I think we can motivate people. It's not all about money. It's not all about money. We are not money-driven societies. I think we can motivate our people by creating liberal democracies based on the rule of law and free market economies. And this is the aim that brings us back to the work of our governments and our people to join the European Union. And it's important that at least the 3 countries represented to this panel are not anymore consumers of security, have become providers of security as NATO members. And this is a good example on how an organization with a clear path of making membership has made Albania, Montenegro, and North Macedonia its own members. So it's very important to realize that, yes, the European Union is ready for accepting the countries of the Western Balkans as normal possible members of its own, but also at least these 3 countries represented here are also ready, and I think more than ready. But I'll let the floor to
Mr. Did he speak for all of you or anything to add?
I can sign whatever he said.
Thank you.
I mean,
Mr. Osmani.
I don't know how the money came to the discussion, because no, because all 6 Western Balkan countries is just 1% of EU GDP. So I don't think money is an issue. But you reminded me. I just wanted to bring this important relation between EU and the negotiating countries. And this is not about money. It creates something that we do often overlook, and this is so-called development dependency. So countries are built to fit this process of negotiations, and it's a Pavlovian reflex that somehow condition the development of negotiating countries along the way. And therefore, even the impact of negotiating process is not binary, is not good or neutral. As it becomes protracted, it becomes negative and detrimental to societies. And this is what we are seeing in North Macedonia, political landscape being deteriorated, the reform agenda being deteriorated, because obviously we have crossed some point of moving from positive, not to neutral, but to negative effect of negotiations due to its protraction. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. I turn this side. The organisers have imposed the dictatorship of the clock on me, which is the only dictatorship that humanity is incapable of overthrowing. So I need to ask Stefan, Miroslav, maybe starting with you, Miroslav, if you could reply in just 2 sentences, if you don't mind.
I don't think it's possible.
Okay, 2.5.
I'm a career diplomat, you know, it's difficult. First, I'm a very strong supporter of the enlargement of the European Union, and the points I made are not to serve as an excuse not to proceed. Let's be very clear. I just want to manage the expectation. But I trust that the European Union can address this in parallel. And I very much like what Stefan said, that to have 2 vice presidents, one in charge of enlargement, other in institutional changes, that would clearly show that we can proceed in parallel. Your question is about the democratic backsliding and rule of law. Look, there is no answer to it, but we need to find answer. And there are 2 aspects to finding the answer. First, what are the democratic rules? What exactly they are? And yeah, I mean, everybody speaks about Hungary, but to be fair, Hungary is not the only country. And when we look across the European Union, there are worrying signals coming from a number of member states, including from founding members of the European Union. So we need to define what is it. Second, there are no mechanisms how to address democratic backsliding when you are already a member of the European Union. So yes, we are struggling using Article 7 or budgetary limitations, but these are not the real mechanisms. So this also will have to be addressed in the future. Acknowledgement of the problem is probably the first step to address the problem, and I trust that the European Union will be able to address this problem.
Miroslav, thank you very much. Stefan.
Let us be sincere. Money matters. Everything what would make the Western Balkans, Ukraine, and other candidate countries part of the European Union, an effective member of the European Union, matters. Okay. Now, I initiated, together with the German government years ago, so-called Berlin process, which also mobilized a lot of money. The task we have achieved was actually the basis for the regional cooperation of the 6 countries and a lot of resources, the energy and the road infrastructure in the region. It has helped. Did it move the Western Balkans closer politically to the European Union? Not necessarily. So the growth plan of the Western Balkans is going to be extremely important tool. Does it make the trick to move you to the European Union, closer to the European Union? No. I think it's only when we restart this engine of enlargement. It's only when the citizens also in the Western Balkans see that as much time which is attributed to look at the reforms of the candidate country is being paid to the issue of internal reform of the European Union, then everyone would understand that these times it's different and it should not be wasted. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. We went slightly over time, but it was worth it in my view. I said at the beginning that we would get lots of brilliant insights, absolutely delivered, but we would also get a sort of roadmap of how to move forward. And I think, you know, step by step, piece of the jigsaw puzzle by piece of the jigsaw puzzle, as we've had the debate, that roadmap has fallen into place. I don't have time to sum up. All I would say is that one of our trustees, my former boss at NATO, Jaap de Hoop Schäfer, often calls this thing quoting the Beatles, remember, the long and winding road. And I think what we've learned this morning is that it's certainly going to be a very long, it's also going to be a very winding road. but there is no motorway alternative that we could take. We have to take this long and winding road, and that we have got clear parameters for how to navigate it. I mean, if I had to sum it up just in one sentence, because of course I can't ask other people to do it if I can't do it myself, what I've got from today's debate is we're moving from a paradigm of we will be ready when you are ready. We wait for each other kind of thing. You move first to a paradigm of, well, we're getting ready, so you better get ready too. And we just have to make that sort of work on both sides, so getting ready in the candidate countries means accelerating getting ready in the EU and vice versa. That's the challenge. But as I've said earlier on, I usually have these debates always with the optimism of the will, but come out of it with all of the problems and the difficulties and the issues and the conditionalities with the pessimism of the intelligence. Today, I'm more prepared to accept that there is such a thing as the optimism of the intelligence. I would like to extend the most sincere thanks and gratitude on behalf of Friends of Europe to our 9 excellent speakers, some still with us, so please engage them during coffee, some obviously on the screen, some naturally who have got to sort of make it all happen as we discuss it here, who have had to leave us in the meantime. I would again thank you for your patience. You've been good sports, as we say in English, really good sports in terms of being prepared to put up with that. And I'd like to thank you for, all of you for really being frank and open and really enlightening all of us. It was a fantastic debate. And one of the best that I've had the privilege of moderating here at Friends of Europe. So thank you again. And audience, fantastic. You stayed the course. Brilliant questions. Sorry if we didn't have time for more. Coffee break with some pretty cold coffee. Blame me for that. Awaits you. And I think the next session begins at 12 noon. Organisers, yes, 12 noon? 12 noon. Yeah, so 12 noon.
Wish me good luck.
Yeah.
Now,
Do I
I would like to start at 12. Allow someone to mic you up.
Okay,
Yeah?
thank you. We'll just do quick. Do I have to go downstairs to get my?
No, allow the people to
Okay,
come
thank
upstairs.
you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Glad so many of you have stayed. We had the kind of big geopolitical picture in the last session, and now we get into the real dirty business of state capture and the rule of law, and what are the central obstacles, I think, on the path of the Western Balkans countries to becoming EU member states. And first of all, obviously, I want to say that, you know, the purpose of this is to try and see how we break these deadlocks, how we can harness support for independent justice, for the rule of law, for the fight against corruption, for the fight against organized crime, to prevent state capture and dismantle it where it exists, and it's very widespread, unfortunately. And there was a legitimate question posed just before the break there about, well, what about this stuff within the European Union member states themselves? And I think that's something we'll hopefully you'll have a word about as well. So I want to thank again our supporters, the UNDP, UNICEF, the US mission to the European Union, and the Albanian Helsinki Committee. I think that list tells us something, doesn't it? We have the support of the global community as a whole to try and solve these problems and bring the Western Balkan countries into the European Union. We heard from Chris Hill, we have very strong support from the United States for that, because they see it as part of building stability and peace in Europe. And it's great that we also have within the Western Balkans countries themselves the support of the Albanian Helsinki Committee, who are making this possible. So I have 4 excellent speakers. They're each going to speak, they've promised me, for a maximum of 5 minutes. And then we'll have time for some dialogue and also for your questions. So please think as you're listening to speakers about what you would like to ask. And to the audience watching us on live stream as well, please, we welcome your questions. Send them in on the chat, and Ryan will let me know if there are questions coming from the ether. Our speakers today, firstly, Fioralba Chaka, who was Albanian Deputy Minister of Justice during a very intensive period of judicial reform and vetting in Albania. She's professor at the University of Tirana, and she's also one of our European young leaders, so a member of the Friends of Europe family. Joining us in Tirana, we have on the left-hand side of the screen there, Etilda Gionai, who's a member of the Albanian Parliament. She's also a former Albanian Minister of Justice and was very much involved in this judicial reform that's been going on in Albania. So we've got lots of questions for her. With us on stage, Lencha Ristoska. She was part of the Special Prosecutor's Office, trying to root out and prosecute high-level corruption and crime in North Macedonia. She was somewhat sidelined from that, as she will probably tell us. And she's now the liaison prosecutor for North Macedonia at Eurojust, which is the European cooperation among justice systems. And last, but certainly not least, joining us from Belgrade is Jelena Pajic on the right-hand side of your screen. And Jelena, she's a senior researcher at the Belgrade Center for Security Policy and an expert on rule of law and state capture issues, particularly in Serbia, and an active member of Serbian civil society on those issues. So, without further ado, Fioralba, how has the judicial reform in Albania worked? How did it start? Who's helping you? And is it putting more people behind bars?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much to the Friends of Europe for making us together from different parts of Europe, but also from different backgrounds to discuss rule of law and justice. Rule of law and justice seems to pertain to the normative regulation, legal regulation, and people might exclude themselves saying, I'm not a lawyer. But we've seen with the situation in different EU countries that rule of law concerns us all. So I think discussing about justice reform is something which would concern us all as well, European within the EU and Europeans outside of the EU, probably for a short time. And I'm happy to discuss in here. You know that I've been a professor of EU law for more than 15 years, and speaking 5 minutes is a real challenge. So please feel free to interrupt me when I'm going broader and broader. It's very hard for me to summarize the justice reform in Albania in just 5 minutes, but I'll start by saying that the 2016 justice reform that happened in the country has been the deepest reform ever taken. And if I compare it in terms of budget, investment, new institution, change of the constitution, we changed 1/3 of our constitution to accommodate a judicial reform. This reform has been wider and deeper, even compared with the reform that took us to come from a communist system to a democratic system. So it's one of the deepest reform ever done in the country. And the main elements of this reform, if I can highlight some of them, only some of them, was first to insulate the judiciary from the subordination of the executive. And the subordination of the judiciary to the executive was very vivid during communist time, but unfortunately it was very present even during the transition. There were severe intervention of the Minister of Justice, of the President, in the election of judges and the removal of judges and the administration of the courts. So one of the things that this justice reform has done was to remove the minister from all the processes. Now, all the judicial administration is upon to the self-governing bodies, to High Judicial Council, High Prosecutorial Council, and the minister has only strategic competencies to draft the strategic framework, which sets up the 5 annual goals of the justice strategy, and also sends to the parliament the budget. We also have made possible to promote judges by a very meritocratic rules. At least we have them very well prescribed in law and in the bylaws. And even the judges of the Supreme Court are not anymore approved by the parliament. They are being evaluated, assessed, and also ranked by the High Judicial Council. But this is not the only aspect. We have established lots of new institutions to ensure also accountability, because it's important to have independent judges, but also they should be accountable. And if before they were accountable to the minister, and it was the minister who could start disciplinary charges against them, now we have set a model, and we have also enshrined in the law that they are accountable to the citizens. Somehow envisioning a kind of system where justice is being considered as a service to the citizens, and they are the main beneficiaries. And we have included this even in our laws. The vetting process not only is done to reinstate the trust to the citizens, but also make citizens part of the accountability process by collecting their, let's say, petition against judges or information of corrupted judges. Accountability is also now in the hands of another independent institution, which is the High Justice of Inspector, who is appointed by another ad hoc body, Judicial Appointment Council. And I'm throwing to you all these bodies, not just because of the business lingo or to annoy you after the coffee break, but to show that at least 8 new institutions were built up in order to have an administration of justice outside the hand of the
Give us
government.
an idea of the order of the scale. How many judges were removed? You know, what percentage of judges were removed as a result of this vetting? And how much of a turnover has it brought?
Sometimes I have different sensitivity about these figures because removing judges from the system should not something that should make us proud, because it means that we failed. We failed as a society. We failed as politicians in setting up institutions. But to give maybe a taste to the audience, more than 1/3 of judges was removed by the system and considered not proper to serve. Some of them being linked even with organized crime. Most of them also dealing with corruption, but others not necessarily dealing with corruption, but also having some problems with their proficiency. And the removal of justice from the system, also compared with the reforms we did in communism, is deeper. I mean, we didn't remove this amount of judges that were communist judges in the system while we went into a democratic system, but now we showed some will to clean the system somehow of all the rotten apples. Yeah. I would come maybe to the institutional point, which maybe we'll discuss further because it's important. Yeah. The reason why I mentioned the 8th institution was also to bring up an element that the reform was very costly. It cost a lot to the state budget. It cost to EU at least 42 billion euros so far, because bringing up this institution was one element. But we decided, in order to keep them independent, they deserve very high salary, 3 times or more than the salary of high politicians and public officials. And this has cost money to the society. And it was also part of the public debates. Why do we need to pay judges so much money? Why did we need to pay these justice institutions so much money? And there were 2 narratives that were brought up. First, because we need to reinstate, for the first time maybe, the trust of the citizens in the judiciary, and we need to start from scratch with new people which are vetted and also who has some basis to remain independent, not only financially, but also in terms of other insurances that the legislation gives them. And the second narrative, that this reform would be the passport to open the EU accession and to move fast. Because we maybe will discuss further, in many of these details, we have gone deeper than the front runner, Montenegro, Serbia, in terms of the reform and the severity of interference in the judicial structure.
I think the question, I'm going to now move on to Itilda, but the question then is there a time lag between you doing all these reforms and them actually producing effects? Because if you look at Albania's score in the corruption perception index, it's still incredibly low. You get 36 out of 100 points, which means you are ranked 101st in the world out of 180 countries. And that's way, 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 way below the lowest EU country. So the question is, and when the Commission reports about this, it says, well, there's some progress in combating and some high-level convictions, but serious concerns about the prevalence of corruption in public and business life. So, what does all this produce? I'm not going to ask you to ask that. I'm going to ask Itilda because we've got to move on, but there will be a chance to come back. Yes, sure. Itilda, over to you. So how effective has all of this been in cleaning up the problems that I just described that are noted in the Commission's reports and that are also noted by Transparency International, for example?
Thanks a lot. And I've heard very carefully Fiorelba that I esteem her, not just only because we have worked together during a very challenging period, but even on her knowledge and her deep information on the justice reform in Albania. I want just only to add that we have changed the new architecture of the justice system, but and we have changed 30 laws and we have done the constitutional amendments for approval of the justice reform and hundreds of sub-legal acts. But what is more important is to change the mentality. To change the mentality of the people that are in the system, to change the mentality of the politics, to change the mentality of the citizens. And changing the mentality, does it mean that the fight against corruption, earning the independence and the professionalism and the transparency of the system is not just only part of the legal acts and the legal framework and the institution? As I mentioned, is the mentality. And if we see the figures, as you mentioned, about the perception of corruption, we know very well that it's not so easy to change the perception, despite that we have had really amazing results on fighting corruption, especially on high level of politicians. And there were two mechanisms introduced for the first time by the justice reform. That was first the vetting process, as you mentioned. And I agree with Fiorelba that there are 1/3 of the judges and the prosecutors that have been dismissed by the vetting process. But actually there are more, because some of them, they have withdrawn because they didn't want to pass the vetting process. So does it mean that we have out from the system now that we are talking 57% of judges and the prosecutors that have been in the system? It seems like the results are amazing. And we know very well the problems that have been in the root about the corruption in the system. And of course, one part of the blame, it's even from the politics, because all this kind of influence that politics has had in the system has caused even the issue and the problems of corruption in the justice system. But this fight hasn't been finished, because meanwhile, the law foresees that all the allegations that the vetting institutions find out about the judges and the prosecutors for corruptive acts or not right connections, as Fiorelba mentioned, even with crime, they have to be investigated by special prosecution and special structure that has been established for fighting corruption and organized crime. So until now, SPAC has under investigation 34 judges and prosecutors about this kind of allegation that have been found by the vetting institutions.
So you have a sort of
mechanism,
whistleblower system in a way that allows people to file complaints that have to be investigated.
It's not just only whistleblower system, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Because once that the vetting process has started for one judge or prosecutor, and they withdraw from the system because they don't want to pass through this vetting process, then the vetting commission has the obligation to send the case to the SPAC if they saw some facts that link the judge or the prosecutor with the corruption abuses or the corruption acts.
Yeah.
So it's more than that. And the second mechanism, as I mentioned, for fighting corruption, especially on high-ranking officials, is the special structure for fighting corruption and organized crime. We have had amazing results from this new structure, because it's not just only special prosecution, but it's even the NBI or National Bureau of Investigation that is similar with the FBI, that they have totally independent structure to investigate the corruptive cases on the high-ranking officials. And until now, we have had one former deputy prime minister that is under investigation. We have several former ministers that are under investigation of SPAC for corruption, a number of members of the parliament, and other very difficult and complex cases that part of the subjects are from the politics.
Right. So you're basically saying that there's a sort of gap between what's the reforms that you've done and the perception outside, including in Brussels, but the real action is being taken, so that, or do you think that that you know, as we see elsewhere, that despite reform being carried out, it's sort of to a degree business as usual for organized crime, money laundering, and so on?
Sometimes it seems like in the moment that you start some actions, people think that the perception will change immediately. But it cannot happen like that. Because as I mentioned, it's a culture, it's mentality. And in the moment when the citizens here, just only one former minister that is under investigation for corruption, cases of corruption that have been caught by the special structure, or people that have been convicted for corruption allegations, it seems like, oh my God, what is happening? Everything is about corruption. So I've been in the same time, not just only Minister of Justice, but even National Coordinator of Anti-Corruption. And we have studied a lot in that period that how can happen that meanwhile we are taking this kind of unparalleled and radical reform on the justice system, and not only, meanwhile the figures on the corruption are worse. So and when we got through this kind of diligency study on the corruption and the perception of corruption in Albania, we saw that it cannot be reflected immediately, this kind of results. Yeah. We know very well that fight against corruption is not just only in the justice system and in the politics, based on the justice reform, but it's even in the business, it's even in the middle administration. Yep. But what we have done on the other side is even introducing for the first time the electronic service or the digitalization of the service that are offering to the citizens. Yep. Meanwhile, we are trying to address all the corruption issues that are in Albania, as you mentioned, through the money laundering measures, through the recommendations, implementing the recommendations of Task Force for Money Laundering, Anti-Money Laundering, and all other EU recommendations on this regard. But we have to work even with other part of the society. It's not just only this main directions that I mentioned.
Yeah. We'll come back. We'll come to the idea of this shared justice concept in the next round. But I want to go to Lencha Ristoska, who's with us here on the panel. You've been in the thick of this. Would you say that in your country, North Macedonia, it's been a case of one step forward, one step back, or two steps forward, one step back, or maybe one step forward and two steps back?
Thank you for the question and for the invitation. Having a story that can fill 3 seasons on Netflix, to put it in 5 minutes, it will be difficult, but let me start. I've been a witness of process of capturing and recapturing of the state. It started 2015 when I started to work at the Special Prosecution Office, which was formed in order to address the state of capture and to investigate a huge wiretap scandal that affected the country and many corruption cases linked to it. At that time, not only the judiciary, but state institutions also were supporting the state of capture and were not working on a professional manner. In this light, whenever I try to get evidence, all the state institutions will obstruct this process, so getting evidence was extremely hard. There was a huge level of witness tampering. Witnesses were reluctant to give testimonies, and also the courts even refused most our motions and most of the requests that we have sent to them. Nevertheless, at this time, it was the personal threats that came as a, as a novelty to me. I have felt very severe personal threats at that time. I was followed by the agents of Secret Service since I was investigating the Secret Service. And there were many threatening techniques imposed to me. And SPO, as SPO, I continued my work, and then the government changed. Shortly after the government changed, I witnessed the recapturing of the state, because even though the office holders changed, somehow things stayed the same, and things continue to work on the same manner. I still receive threats. I still received pressures to do my work in a concrete manner, but now the threats were coming from the new political elite and my superiors here included. SPO ended because my boss was caught in a corruption, and she ended up in jail. But most of the cases continue, which was the highlight, I would say, of our work. And despite the fact that most of the cases have had first instance judgments, seeing the light of the day, many of them were overruled by the appellate court. And when it was obvious what will be the outcome of the new trials, then it became, what happened next is that the parliament adopted changes of the criminal code, and these changes lowered the sentences for the abuse of office, which by definition lowered the time frame in which statutes of limitations for the crimes of abuse of office will expire, and most of our cases went down to drain. So this is how even legislative process was some kind captured in order to provide impunity in this light. So seeing this from a perspective of a person being inside the system, capture state is not favorable toward professionals and toward people that work with integrity. As I mentioned, apart from the threats, apart from the pressures, I was faced with the severe mobbing at that time, and I still face situations like this. Professional setback is still present. I work in an office. My colleague asked me, where do you work now? I work in an office as a liaison prosecutor that doesn't have internet. Imagine that. I still work in Skopje. I work in an office without any supporting and administrative staff. I often joke that I work in a basement. So I don't have new interesting cases, professional trainings. Well, not quite for me. I know everything. So, from this perspective, it's been quite a fight. But I would say that apart from this, I was denied of promotion twice. First time, the explanation was she is too young, and the next time was she is on maternity leave. So that's how the system, how to say, revenges toward the people that are not compliant to the wishes that are coming from the top hierarchy, from top-down hierarchy. And I would say that one of the elements of state of capture here that we can see in my personal example is that in the judiciary, on top positions, there are people that work without integrity and neglect their professional duties. And this is one of the elements, because the state of capture favors clientelistic-oriented judges and prosecutors. Example in Albania shows the same. And if you see, in order to tackle this, we need to see how the process of election and appointment goes. In North Macedonia, is within the hands of the Council of Prosecutors and the Judicial Council. And these councils do not have a merit-based system that really works in place, and they are influenced by power centers. And in order to address this, we need to somehow design solutions, which might be digitalization and which might be solutions that will, at the end of the day, implement merit-based system, will reduce the amount of level of human subjective impact and influence when it comes to this. To try to make I think that I'm within my time frame to try to make my final point. Yeah. I think that the main focus should be in putting the right people on right positions, because it is a way to circumvent all this capture state concept, which in terms of judiciary is being impersonated on these top level governing bodies. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's an extraordinary journey, the personal journey, which illustrates so much, both about state capture, about the difficulties of justice, bringing justice in these countries. You've had the nationalists in power. You've then had the supposedly liberal reformists in power, and we're back to square one, pretty much, by the way you describe. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. As you said at the beginning, one step forward, one step back. So we are at the same starting position.
Well, to cheer us up, we're going to go to Belgrade. Jelena, thanks for being so patient. And dear audience, your turn comes next, so prepare those questions, and online audience as well. Jelena, we've heard some fairly depressing tales. Cheer us up. Tell us how good things are in Serbia.
Hello, thanks for inviting me. It's an honor to be a part of this powerful women panel.
Absolutely. Sorry about
although I smile to greet you, I'm afraid that situation in Belgrade is not that better. We are now in pre-election atmosphere. We have elections next weekend. And this is the period where we can see intensified state capture machine and mechanisms. We've talked here about justice reform and overcoming justice capture, but state capture is far broader than just the justice system. My organization deals with security institutions, and we have analyzed thoroughly how these institutions were captured and then used to capture the rest of the state and then also the society. It stretches also to the work of independent state bodies, and there is vast evidence of media capture. State capture means abusing institutions to extract public money to private pockets, with control mechanisms neutralized to grant impunity for perpetrators. So if you want to perpetuate this, you must remain in power. So losing elections is out of the question. So all mechanisms are now used by the ruling elites to remain in power while keeping the democratic facade, which means also supporting little fake opposition party lists. So we already had evidence made by individuals and also investigative media about forged signatures for electoral lists, and evidence of vote buying via elaborate scheme involving private companies subsidized by the state. So actually, the votes for the ruling party are being paid by the citizens' money. And institutions are dodging responsibility. So who is competent to deal with this? They always say, let's wait for the other competent body to do their work, and then we will respond. And here we come, and we always come to the justice system. So it should be the ultimate instance to ensure justice and sanction violators of law and perpetrators of crime. But still here, prosecution is very passive and selective, not only in starting investigations, but also in communicating with the public about it. And what the public knows and thinks and perceives is very important, especially prior to the elections. Let me remind you that Serbia also had a cumbersome process of constitutional amendments since 2017, when it all started, pressured by the EU. Our government, we've changed a lot of governments. We have elections almost every year or every second year, snap elections mostly, but the ruling party is still the same. So when I talk about government, I mean about the regime since 2012. These constitutional changes were made last year, adopted. We have reformed judicial laws adopted this year, but still many bylaws are awaited. But we are not satisfied with these reforms. And even if we were, as other speakers also said, the effects will be, especially positive effects, can be seen only in the long period, and only if you change the way the prosecutors think, that they are not succumb to the will of the executive. These amendments and this judicial reform moves in the right direction, but it was clear from the start, from the first presented draft, which was written in a total non-transparent manner, and the way the procedure was conducted from the beginning, that actually there is no will to reform the judiciary. And that is the key element, is to remove influence of the executive on the judiciary. So we in the end see that minimal changes have been made. So the minimal standards to set aside the Venice Commission and the European Commission who monitored the process, while experts from the field and professional associations and organizations criticized some other parts and had their own proposals how to improve the normative text. However, these were mostly ignored. In the end, we see that people also from the judiciary and the prosecution are not satisfied with what happened afterwards. And we've seen in parallel, for example, we've just had in February been adopted these new reformed judicial laws, and at the same time, we have a major scandal in the Higher Prosecutor's Office in Belgrade, where two prominent prosecutors were removed from the anti-corruption department to some other department after high-profile, after making an arrest in high-profile cases regarding the most expensive public company in Serbia, which is the electric power plant. Experts in the field of judiciary agree that actually the part regarding courts and judges has been made better than the situation and all the changes regarding prosecutors and the prosecutor's office. We still have the Minister of Justice, for example, in our high prosecutorial council. Yeah. And that is just, and we had also other instances where we saw in practice, however, how these old practices and systems still remain, even though we've made this.
Elena, I'm going to ask you
but I wanted to just point out that even if we were satisfied with how judiciary works, we should look beyond and stress that every procedure starts with the work of the police. Yeah. And we've investigated thoroughly how the police is also captured in Serbia. Even if the prosecution does its job, it doesn't get response from the police. And right now we have, and I think Lencha was very great to point that people matter. In Serbia, the vast number of senior official positions in the public administration, including the Ministry of Interior, are actually acting officials. So people who are not elected via any kind of competition, who then perhaps do not have all the qualifications needed and who can be controlled by those who appointed them.
Because they're sitting on
this is mostly the government.
Yeah.
And we currently have
sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off for time. I want to go to the audience. But, you know, altogether, would you say that the EU is concentrating too much on, you know, when it looks at Serbia, it's concentrating too much on the problem, on the issue of foreign policy alignment and on the issue of Kosovo normalization, and not enough on what's happening inside Serbia in terms of the rule of law? Has the EU got it wrong? Should the EU be tougher with Serbia?
Well, yes, we have criticized this stabilitocracy approach where the rule of law reforms have been somehow, I mean, in official narrative, they always say this is the most important part. However, also the population of Serbia sees that these other issues, this high politics and geopolitics influence, and because of these reasons, they do not see that Serbia is in any time soon becoming a member of the European Union. I think the ruling elite also knows this, and then they just stimulate the process because it is important for them to remain in the European accession process to gain legitimacy, but actually they have no will to actually reform. And we've seen that the government, but also the EU, they have focused so much on this justice reform because they wanted to have something positive to report about. And perhaps they forgot to see the broader picture. But however, this new report by the European Commission from this year is very good to point out other troubles that we've pointed out too, especially the independence of the police, which I referred to in my presentation.
Thank you very much. It's your turn in the audience, and I'd like you to think about how do we change the balance, as it were, the balance of fear or the balance of power in such a way. You know, the geopolitical momentum is there from the outside, and I think genuinely in Brussels and among member states for bringing the Western Balkan countries into the EU, but now it's the Western Balkan countries themselves that need to seize the geopolitical moment and get on with the reforms. And where are the well springs of support? Who would like to ask a question? Sir, over there.
Thank you.
Can you say who you are?
My name is Jason, Irish Serbian Chamber of Commerce, but I also represent kind of the private sector as well.
Good.
We work in the sector of, let's say, corporate investigations, due diligence. I've been based in Belgrade for about a year now, and I've noticed that the culture of due diligence as a whole is less developed than in other countries I worked with. So my question is, I think there's been a lot of talk about the private sector helping driving investments, etc., which is obvious, but can the private sector help decapture or uncapture the state?
Yeah,
That's
great question. And I think it's one of the things when we're talking about where are the well springs of support and momentum for change, private sector would have to be one of them. Reinhard over here I saw next, and then, well, let's take three at a time.
Reinhard Priebe, I'm a former official of the Commission, and I have served in my young years 7 years as a judge in Germany. This is quite a depressing panel, I must say. We heard about the enormous efforts Albania has made for the vetting of justice and reforming the justice system. On the other side, we also heard that the issue of reforming the judiciary is very much also on changing the mentality, I would add, changing the culture. So is there any mechanism to assess the success or non-success of this huge reform, which you qualified as the biggest reform ever made in your country? Or do you also say a danger that something similar happens to what apparently has happened in Macedonia? Big new effort to make changes and then everything gets back to what it has been before.
Yeah, thank you. Next is a woman over there. Can you?
Yeah, thank you. It's Rosie from the Keynote Foundation. We work with partners across the Western Balkans on gendering the accession process and helping to bring gendered rule of law and fundamental rights concerns into the accession process. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit on that question, actually, around rule of law and fundamental rights of women, of queer people, and of other minorities, and how judicial reform and other rule of law reforms can impact those groups, but also the obstacles you see and the problems that you're observing there as well. Thanks.
Thanks. And I would turn the question around also the other way, if I may, and say to you, do you see in your societies, do you see, you're all women yourselves, do you see women's organization as one of the possible support bases for changing the balance of fear, the balance of power towards justice and away from state capture? Well, those questions, they're kind of addressed to all of you, but let's start with the question to the Albanian side. Fioralba, how do you measure success and how do you assess it?
Thank you for the question, and actually we're trying to write a book on that. It's a colleague from Northern Macedonia, English, in order to have more discussions like this. So he's a colleague from North Macedonia, Denis Prešova, and another colleague from Serbia, Danasie Marinkovic, and myself. We're writing a book about the Europeanization of the judicial culture in the Western Balkans. And exactly because we have noticed that what happened in this region is that since the collapse of communism, we hear the word reform, but there are lots of reforms without reforming. And this is one of the main objectives in our study, to understand why institutional setup, legislative framework is not enough for reforming. And we are trying to localize this notion of judicial culture, which is very difficult because there is no definition among scholars about it. But we have framed or tried to analyze 4 features of it. First is judges' perception about themselves. We know that independence is relational. How do judges position themselves vis-à-vis other sources of power, being that the executive, business, or other sources of power within the judiciary, the president of the court, or the High Judicial Council, which are new center of powers within the new justice system. We are trying also to understand the approach of judges towards the law. Something that we analyzed is that during the communist time, the law was the most powerful instrument. It was considered the will of the people, but in fact it was the will of the party. And judges somehow were subordinated to just apply the law as it is, mechanically, and not question the law. During transition time, we have seen in different court judgments that judges still apply the law mechanically. And what we did after this set of reform, we interviewed judges in our countries. And surprisingly, it's still in their modus operandi, the mechanical application of the law present. Judges in our countries resort to textualism, just applying the law, but do not really involve into interpreting the law. And why? There are different reasons we have on that. But first is because they don't see their mission as servicing justice to the people. It's not written in in our legislative framework, even the Constitution. When it frames what judges do in the society, say they apply the law. Even in our textbook, we ask judges to apply the law. But we still have not reinstated in our culture that judges, in fact, are there to set the balance between different interests, different rights, and to serve justice. So probably in this mental software, because there is a sociologist that says that culture is a mental software, which fortunately is not static, but it has some features. And this feature, what we think about it, delve in our daily work. That's why we consider it very important, as the colleague mentioned, not only to establish this sound and solid institutional framework, because that's the principle where we start, but to empower people within, those people who have integrity, who are courage, and also maybe to stimulate courage among judges. We see today what happens in Europe, and we can understand that this thanks to those judges in Poland and in Hungary that challenged the laws, saying that it is contrary to Article 267 to not refer cases to the European Court of Justice. Thanks to these judges now that we have European Court of Justice interpreting the treaties, interpreting the charter, and establishing within the EU for the first time real basis for rule of law. And I see very important the individual judge in the society, and we should focus now in this step, at least in Albania, in empowering people within and setting up network of courageous people, prosecutors and judges who can reinforce each other.
So and courageous people around the region as well, working
and even
together?
Beyond, because maybe even into your countries, there are courageous judges who can share their story.
Absolutely.
Or judges who can share their failures, what happened when they were not courage. So
French prosecutors on some of the big corruption cases,
yes.
I think. Judge van Rumbeck, people recently retired. One of the ideas that I was going to put to you, but I'm going to put it to Itilda. And Itilda, I'd like you also, if you could, to address the question about women and gender minorities treatment there, but also about the role that women could play as a support group for rule of law. But my question, which comes out of this, is, are we missing a trick somehow? Is there some way that we could harness also the existing EU member states in a kind of twinning process. You know, we have cities twinned together that help each other and that share best practice and so on. Tirana is twinned with London or somewhere. What about, you know, twinning your country with, say, with a country that has a strong track record on the rule of law? So twinning your country, say, with the Netherlands or with Sweden or with Denmark, Germany. And, you know, having a kind of judiciary to judiciary relationship with regular check-ins. Not as a formal process where there would have to be, an official outcome reported to the European Commission, but just as a kind of sharing best practice, experience, mentoring type of activity. Do you think that would be helpful? Itilda?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And really, I like the questions that have been done. But first, I have to mention that the justice reform in Albania, it hasn't been done just only by us, but it has had the supportive political support, if I can say like that, and technical support by EU and US.
Mm-hmm.
And having this in mind, we, for the first time, put in our constitution having one international monitoring operation for advising and monitoring the vetting process, because we wanted to have an independent process, not just only by our or by politics or the other institutions, but even being monitored by some international partners. And even special prosecution or special structure for fighting against corruption and organized crime now has one joint project, joint mission with EU and US, that they are supporting them, monitoring, advising, giving the expertise, and so on, increasing the capacities. Yeah. And I would say that we usually, even during my term of 4 years as Minister of Justice, we usually have done this kind of twinnings with more best practices countries for the justice system or justice reforms. But you have to understand that in Albania, it hasn't been just only one twinning. Yeah. It has been the best experience and the main principles of EU and Council of Europe for functioning the rule of law. This is what we have now in the law. Of course, that what is in law and finalizing all the implementation of the justice reform as it is foreseen, it's something else. Because we haven't finalized yet all the implementation of the justice reform, because we are in the part of consolidation of that. And if I will come back to the question that has been done, which are the mechanisms to assess the results of this justice reform, it's first of all, even some challenges that we are facing now, that is increasing the efficiency of the justice system in order that the citizens could have in the very short time length their decisions, so to have justice, and of course having the professionalism from the judges and prosecutors about the investigations and decisions. I must say that the reform, the justice reform in Albania, is irreversible, because everything is in constitution with a very qualified majority to be approved, and in all the legal system that has been built. And it would be very difficult to undo what has been done. But we want to take the maximum and to give the citizens the maximum of the results of the justice reform. And one of the other mechanisms that always assess the results of justice reform, it's even European Commission, the EU structures with all their mechanisms to see if Albania has achieved the results in order that we can advance in the European integration process.
Great, thank you. I'm going to have to stop you there because we're running out of time, and I'm going to use my fascist power as chair to steal 5 minutes or so of your lunch break because there's such a good discussion and we have more questions to answer. So I'm going to go to Ristoska and ask her Could you answer the thing about private sector support, women's rights and women's support as well? Because we haven't got to those questions yet, and I think they're really good questions.
Yeah, thank you. Those are great questions. When it comes to private sector and upholding rule of law standards, I would say that for corruption, you need two. For tango, you need two. And the first thing that the private sector can say, no, I don't want to dance that tango. So they should be the first that will be very persistent in reporting when bribes are asked from them, not being just compliant to what political elites and power centers are asking. So resilience of the private sector towards corruption, it's a key thing in order to increase the rule of law from that perspective. And as for the gender question, it's one of my favorite questions because in the judiciary you could see that at least in North Macedonia, we have statistically a lot of women represented in this sector. But if you see, when it comes to making the decisions and on higher positions, and those positions are mainly men governed. So how can gender and other associations help? They can help in I don't know, advocating for implementing meritocracy. This is the thing that we need to see within the judiciary. Being a woman that was discriminated just because I was on my maternity leave would meant a lot if all the women, rights associations would have come and would point fingers and they would say, yeah, okay, she is a mother, so why discriminating her because she is a mother? So I think that NGOs in general should be very aware and should follow very awake all the happenings in one country. And whenever they see a glimpse that shows that within judiciary something is happening that is not in line with rule of law and upholding the standards, they should as well intervene. Feel free to comment, not just be mute observers to the stuff.
I'm going to go back to Elena, but any final question from anybody? Yes, lady in front here and a gentleman there, and then we'll last questions.
So, do you attribute in Albania this, let me say, big differentiation in the justice reform to more participation of women, like in the government? Albanian government has something like about 70% of women ministers, which is something unique in the world. That's my question. Because some statistics say that women are more courageous to address problems and they are more transparent. And the justice system is based on transparency, especially.
Yeah, thank you. Gentleman in the front here.
Thank you. André de Munter, I'm staff member of the European Parliament. I had a question on the vetting process. I mean, connecting to what Reinhard Priebe said, he was very modest about himself. I want to pay tribute to him for his fantastic reports, which stand still in all aspects. As you know, when Vetvendosi and Albin Kurti came to power, I mean, they immediately launched the idea about a large-scale vetting process in Kosovo as well. The Commission has still many reservations about it, saying it should be a last resort thing, probably because of the disruptive effect it had in Albania. Do you have any personal views on or advice for Kosovo? The President Osmani was also very vocal about that. And if I may, to Jelena, as we are in the pre-electoral period in Serbia, could you elaborate maybe a bit on the SNS call center scandal involving also young students?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start then with Jelena because you haven't had a chance in this second round. Women judges cleaner. Are women the answer to dismantling state capture? First one. And secondly, we haven't mentioned Kosovo at all. Kosovo is a country that is certainly improving in terms of the Transparency International's corruption perceptions index. It's improving. Also got quite a decent progress report on the judiciary and fight against corruption from the Commission this time. So how do you see the situation there? And tell us about your latest scandal and that'll just get us ready for lunch. Jelena, over to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure whether the Kosovo question was also for me, because it's... If you have
knowledge or views, but otherwise, I think Fioralba can answer that.
Let me focus on Serbia, because we do not have much time. Thank you for excellent questions. It was great to see familiar faces in the audience, although I'm not present there in person. I am actually coordinating a coalition of civil society organizations, among which are at least two which are women organizations, and they have a very powerful voice, and they have, which is not the case with most of the civil society in Serbia, which is, under the narrative of being foreign mercenaries, etc. They have this basis in society and in the female population. However, what we always stress is that the numbers do not matter that much. Serbia also has a female prime minister, has a lot of senior positions filled with women, but actually they are there just for show. I mean, they do not make a substantial difference. This scandal about vote buying is actually that young investigative journalist has infiltrated this call center, which purpose is to actually call the voters and do some polling for the party. However, she found out that actually what they're doing is paying these people to fictionally work and then to go on the election day and have to photograph their vote for the ruling party.
Right.
And I think we have a lot more to find out about this story, because now we see that a private company is involved, which has received a lot of tenders, public tenders, etc., while the media, which is also captured, is ignoring this, turning the narrative, because it is not illegal to have a call center, but they do not mention this issue of vote buying, and then they produce some other affairs involving opposition politicians to actually, hide everything else that is happening.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to this was a great question about allying with the public sector, because we in the civil society, we know that we are living in some kind of bubble, and I personally know when I'm getting together with some people who work in corporative environment, we think totally differently.
Yeah.
And we should be allies in fighting this process. I think Lencha was great to mention. First, you must not participate in state capture. You must report everything, but you can also be the ones, because, for example, civil society is non-profit. You have the profit which you can use to help us, to help citizens, to help the media by advertising in independent media, because what the state does is actually to financially exhaust them in order to create media darkness.
Lencha, very short.
Yeah, very shortly, Elena, we have had the same example for the call centers, investigation ongoing, trial ongoing, so feel free to reach us for comparative examples and experience.
Fioralba, you want to come back?
Yes, there are
very
different issues I would like to address. I know we're short of time, and I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. With regard to vetting process, I know that it has been a costly process, and if I would somehow give an advice, if it's going to be replicated in other countries, is first of all, when you devise justice reform, take into consideration it's not only a legal reform, but you also are reforming an organization, that is judiciary. And when you reorganize an organization, you have things to take into consideration which are not legal, like human resources, cost, training, and so on. This is something that we can discuss further, what went wrong with the vetting or all the judicial system, why we did not meet the deadlines, why we were like taking ages to build up new institutions. So this is one of the first things. Consider the judiciary is also an organization, and it has also these organizational things that you should take into consideration apart the legal and what is written in law. Second, something in the vetting process that probably needs to revise or reconsider is the cultural aspect. Why? Just for an example, Albania has been always a country in immigration, mostly in Greece and Italy. And we had judges, for example, whose husband has been an immigrant and did not pay taxes back in the 90s because he was having a second-hand job, working somewhere and not really paying taxes to the authority. But in order to catch corruption, we put in the law that every money for which tax is not paid is illegal. So judges were removed because they were married with someone who worked as an immigrant and did not pay taxes. And this is one element that shows that perfect laws, if they do not somehow reflect the cultural, societal development, might not always bring the best results. So maybe this should be taken into consideration, and there are other aspects of the vetting law which can discuss maybe in another forum.
I hear a clock ticking in my left ear.
The last one, if you...
and another thing.
The last one. And maybe to summarize also everything that is said about culture, business, and so on. There is a concept of an author called the Frankenstein state. And it says that you might do reforms, like perfect reforms in different sectors, and consider it like a perfect piece of reform. If you put them together, these perfect pieces, if they are dysfunctional in the relationship with each other, you're going to end up with a Frankenstein state. So if the business environment is corrupted, and it is part of corruption. We know it. I mean, they are complicit in certain standards. Does have poor compliance or poor social responsibility, because I want to see this three dimension. You are part of the crime. You don't have internally good compliance mechanism. And third, you don't have a social corporate responsibility to transmit value and integrity in the society. Of course, there needs to be changed. Civil society, media, and also politicians.
So I hear the clock ticking in one ear and tummies rumbling in the other ear. So I'm going to be very short in summing up. I want to thank our four panelists. If there was ever an illustration that women and women's integrity is part of the answer to this problem, you've just heard it in the last hour or so. And that's one of the things. The second lesson I would take away is that people matter, that people in the system of judiciary, prosecutors, police who have integrity and building on those people is tremendously important. They are the building blocks for the future. The third thing I would take away is that there are well springs of support for clean governance in society, in civil society, in women's groups, in businesses that, unlike some of the captured businesses, have a real interest in competition and so on. The European Union and the European accession process, providing it regains the credibility that it lost, should be your best ally as well, your friend. But if people lose faith that they're ever going to get into Europe, well, we go back to monkey business as usual, I fear. Thank you. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
for remake. But the first one was yeah.
Hello. Tamara, can you hear us?
Tamara from Montenegro.
Yeah, exactly.
See me.
Okay. Yes. Hello. And do we have Minister Tranchevska also? Yeah. Okay. I don't see Madam Minister for now. So
Maybe she's coming because I was speaking with her yesterday at a conference. She sent someone because she was traveling.
but she's supposed to join online. Okay, I think we can start the briefing, and she may join us later on. Yeah. Tamara, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I'm not sure if I can adjust the camera to an angle where you can see everyone.
Oh, you got to
Yeah.
But it's lovely to hear you or see you, Tamara.
Great to see you.
Excellent. So, you've got a copy of the report. All of you should have had it digitally, but we've got a physical one here. I'm only going to say a few words about why we did this, why it was important to do it the way that we did, and the fact that the recommendations genuinely represent what women in the region want, and women from such diverse backgrounds. I'm grateful to you as indeed for enabling this what's happened, because we wouldn't get to it without your financial support. No, I know, but it was structured though, because we could have easily just done a thing that wasn't local and being present and being in 40 parts of the world was made possible because of that. So no, really, it was great. So that's, I mean, you've had a chance to look at the recommendations. So then I'm going to go to you first, and for you to say a little bit about why this piece of work is and what you think that we need to draw from in terms of like key recommendations, anything you want to focus on. But it's more about why it was important to do this based on building on the work you've done historically and what this report means as a result. Yeah, okay. And then we go to Giovanna. Giovanna's not here, is she? Yet. We have to wait. I think they're going to try and call. And then we go to you, Tamara, about your experiences, etc. I'm going to take questions, and then the second half I want to open with you. I mean, we could have started with you, but I want to leave your contribution towards the end, if that's okay, without being disrupting ministerial protocol. It's just that I want us to block you in the second half, and then again, what it meant to you to be on the journey from the start, and just comment on some of the issues that you think are still pertinent and are real that we need to address around women's economic empowerment. And then I'm going to go to and again, it's very much your reflection on the book, but also the work you've done. You've been a politician, just like Tamara, and now doing other things. What's the state of play for your perspective? We've got a state of play about the justice reform and legal reform. What's the state of play around women's economic empowerment in the region? Then I'll go to you. Yeah. And you can really go through it in terms of like your experience of what EBRD has done and where you think the next steps should be.
Okay.
But you can, I mean, I know that you're right.
The state of play, because we have done some analysis.
Yes.
We've been doing this under responsibility of climate assessment, so I can talk from this assessment, and plus on what we are planning to do, where to focus. And my two messages would be related to access to finance and access to market, access on public procurement. And of course, I welcome the discussion, other panelists to discuss it further.
Lovely. Brilliant. And then we'll try and keep it lively. It's after lunch, so I think the room will be smaller. Unfortunately, one thing to remember is that we've got a lot of young people, unisex, and also we've done some outreach. They'll be in the audience, and especially mostly they are young women. So I'll try and draw them out, but we can make comments about the importance of what young women are doing in talk. Today we launched a article on our website, and it's from a young woman from Kosovo, and it's simply brilliant. I can assure you, it's simply brilliant. If you get a chance to read it, it will bring tears to your eyes. It's so powerful. She's about 20 or something, and she writes about how volunteering, and being able to move out of a particular family circumstances and not being dominated by her fathers and brothers, and what she had to do has changed things that made her feel she could be a change. I mean, you have to read it. It's fantastic. Tamara, you've got your hand up. Sorry.
Yes, I'm having a hard time understanding some things, but just for clarity, are we each going to have two chances sort of to contribute so that I can split some of the things that I was...
There will be. So everyone will have one question, basically, right? And then what I'm going to do is then get into the debate and then come back to you, because we're hoping, as I was saying earlier, Tamara, the room will be smaller. It won't be as packed as the morning session, unfortunately. It's just the way on women's issues, unfortunately. But that's where we are. And then I'll come back to you to make sure we get, if we don't have enough stimulus in the room, I'll create the debate amongst us instead. And therefore I'll bring you back some of the points that you want to raise. All right?
Thank you, thank you.
No, I think, are we good? Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, we can prepare ourselves. Okay? No, thank you. You'll be transported tomorrow. But here, Leah, see you in a moment.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, people, lovely people. It's kind of slightly depleted, but we're still perfectly formed, small but perfectly formed. My name is Dharmendra Kanani. I'm Chief Operating Officer and Chief Spokesperson here at Friends of Europe. And it gives me the great pleasure to be your moderator on this session on women's economic empowerment. We also have, I welcome the online audience as well. I hope you're still with us. I hope you had something to eat. Now you're back with full of energy, and a warm welcome to you all. And I hope you all enjoyed lunch too. It's been kind of a very interesting sequencing of conversation today. Those of you who've been here in the morning will know that it was a highly politicized discussion about the geopolitics, security, and the future of Europe in the context of Western Balkans and Ukraine. And then we moved to a very powerful, it was like an interesting juxtaposition that an all-woman panel talking about justice reform, and it's not very often in Europe that you'll see all that grouping of women involved in justice reform, which is, you know, I think it's a prize in the Balkans and something that should be promoted more. But as some said, it's not just because of being women, but these are good women who are doing the right thing in the region. So, and I'm pleased that some of you are still in the room. So thank you for being here. So this is what we're launching. So if you haven't had a chance to pick one up, please do. It's our final report of the Women's Economic Empowerment Working Group. And this journey started some years ago. When I took over a responsibility for the Balkans, it was so clear to me that our approach was very one-sided. It was very through an EU lens out. And we felt that we needed to kind of upend the narrative and think differently about the Balkans. Rather than seeing the Balkans as glass half empty, we wanted to think about the Balkans as glass half full. And what does that mean in terms of, if you take that perspective, your entry points into the conversation are very different. But if you see failure, your entry points are very different, and you feel that people will never improve. Whereas we think that, you know, rule of law, good governance, a good democracy, working with young people as alternative leaders and voices, working with women's economic empowerment is good and of itself a reflection of a healthy democracy, healthy governance, and a good society. So that's what we try to do, is reframe the talking points and change the narrative around the Balkans. And now we are here, 2 years later, we're launching this. So one thing to say is that we're really grateful to UNDP, and I'm not just saying that because they gave money. What they did though, it's true, and I want to thank Thomas, and I want to thank you here, by sharing our ambition for women's economic empowerment, you created a structure to enable us to actually do something quite bold, creative, and imaginative. What I mean by that is that we didn't do the online thing from Brussels. We've had meetings all across the region, and you can see it in here. We've got your little map for you as well. And you'll see that through the offices of mayors and others, we were able to be hosted locally. And so we had meetings. We launched in Tirana, then we went to Niš in Serbia, then we went to Pristina, and then we've been in Skopje and back again. So it's been a journey, not through all the Balkans, but a lot of them. And we were local. And what was fascinating when we first set up a call for who'd be interested in this thing called women's economic empowerment. And we obviously spoke to the UNDP and a range of other local agencies, so that we don't want to duplicate or take other people's jobs away or thinking or to undermine it, but to say, how can we build a different dialogue around empowerment? And it was amazing. We had about 120 women immediately sign up, and they signed up from across the region. And I'm talking across the region. And we had women from every sector, so public, private, civil society. We had activists as well as entrepreneurs. We had people who are ministers through to mayors. And so you had everything in between that met regularly across the Balkans. So this is a very important document to us and them. And I just want to say, there are people who say, well, some of this is really highly ambitious, and what that means is it's unrealistic. Because when people say things like that, you know, oh my God, that's really ambitious. And what they were trying to say is, it's crap and it's not going to happen. I want us not to believe that, because this is a story of over 80 women and countless other young people that we met in the region who want to see change happen in the conditions opportunities and the circumstances for, for the empowerment, economic empowerment of women. And so I have to say, I stand by these. This is our interpretation, but these recommendations are drawn from the experiences of women in the region. So I would like us to be respectful of that and say that actually, even though you feel that it might be ambitious, let's give power to the elbow, that actually perhaps some of this can happen, because it needs to happen. So on that rather long and lofty introduction, I felt that you needed to know, some of those of you who weren't aware, that, you know, where this came from and what it's intending to do. But also, I defend absolutely from the heart why it was a women-only group. Because sometimes people said, you know, towards the end, said, why is it only women only, why aren't men there? And it wasn't about not including men. It was about having a conversation amongst women without having to explain why. It was about the conversation of women who believed in the idea, differences of approach, differences of destination points, absolutely, but you didn't have to persuade someone to say this was important. So it had to be, for me and us, an affirming conversation. And you can't have an affirming conversation when you're having that diversity in the room where people will question or even think about or ask you to justify statistics around discrimination, harassment, or, you know, opportunity. So we wanted it to be a positive space for women to come together, and that's why we did that. And so it's great to have. We have a wonderful panel. Can I ask you to join me here? We have also a speaker online. Your names are on the Stelian, you're just here. I want a special welcome to our minister. Thank you for being here. I've broken with ministerial protocol because really it should be Arel who should go first. But I want to save her for a bit later. She's made the journey here. And what's really good is, and this is really quite fascinating, I mean it that we had entrepreneurs, civil society activists, local mayors, but we had about 5 ministers, sitting ministers in the group, and they turned up to the meetings. And you came to the very first one and you stayed, and it was great to have you. Kind of gave a bit of power and energy amongst the other ministers that were there. So thank you very much. I'm going to start off with UNDP, Steliana, because you're in a region, you're covering a major region, obviously. You can explain that, but you know, I think it would be important for people to hear why you thought this was important to do, and your reflection on the recommendations. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be in this panel. Definitely, for me, the participation, I mean, the event today from the very morning resonates strongly about the reframing the model. You used exactly the same words of reframing the narrative. So for us, this piece of work is about configuring and arguing that, yes, we need to change the way we want to work going forward. Why the topic of women empowerment is important to us? UNDP has a global signature solution on gender equality and women empowerment globally. It's one of our 6 blocks of work currently in our strategic plan. In addition to that, we're now working on a regional gender equality strategy. And this applies to us internally, but also applies to the work that we do. So all our offices in the big region of Europe and CIS went in the last years through a process of strengthening our own embracing of parity, gender parity and gender equality internally. We all now went through gender seal process. What it means is that we screened ourselves, we improved ourselves, and we embraced doing much more work for gender equality. Looking at the work that we do, I could mention to several big initiatives, one of which is the STEM for All, which is based in a cooperation with the Regional Cooperation Council established in 2021, which launched a roadmap for women economic empowerment. And then we say, okay, we want to launch a specific platform for women in STEM. STEM for All is a platform that offers to girls resources, mentorship, entry points, connectivity for jobs in this area. The STEMinists are a very vibrant group, and we see, I mean, definitely we are going to discuss today more about how we can have them move more into high-profile positions in the economy. Another type of engagement for us regionally is economics. This is where we argue working with academia as well as with civil society organizations, that we need to reframe women's access to better paid jobs and rethink also the care economy. Because what we saw in the past several years, during COVID time, the women take more unpaid work in the homes, and this takes them away from a paid job. And in the Western Balkans, we have clear statistics that shows us how big the gap is. So the economics is an attempt to put those issues on the table and say, okay, we can do better at that. So this type of regional initiatives for us are an example of how we are bringing stakeholders together. We're actually working together much more with different groups, and we are elevating, we're putting these issues in the spotlight. The recommendations that the report is coming with are speaking to the core of the change that we want to see. And my wish would be for this report now to be used by the engineer as they are considering the reform agendas put forward by the governments under the EU growth plan, and say, how good are these reform agendas in picking up the opportunities that the women can bring to the markets, the opportunities that women can bring to the GDP growth in the Western Balkans. So I wish that this report, actually in the immediate period, is a useful toolbox, and then the governments in the Western Balkans work very closely with these strong groups, with these important networks, to also help implement some of the reform items.
Excellent, and I really thank you. I really welcome that last point you make, because in the report, if you get a chance to read it, we say that whilst rule of law is a really important aspect of the extension process, it's gender neutral, and it shouldn't be. It's gender blind, and what we want to do, as you say, we need to incorporate a gender lens, which is without sounding fluffy and romantic. There's a reality there about, as we heard from this panel with Pierre Alba and colleagues, how do you make sure that the fact that we've got women leaders transforming justice systems where they're able to is important, but you can't simply think that, that the rule of law aspects in terms of women's rights, women's opportunities, access, discrimination experiences, etc., and so forth, have to be a part of the rule of law reforms. Thank you very much for your comments. I'm now going to, well, I don't think we have the minister, unfortunately. I think she's had difficulty getting through. We were going to have the minister from, where is it? North Macedonia. You've got Yonova, but she's not here, unfortunately. Not as yet anyway. So if she's able to be free, I'll bring her in. But Tamara, I'm going to come to you. Thank you for joining us, Tamara. Tamara, so we have in this room physically, but also online, this surfeit of European young leaders. It's a program that we created, which is about young people. They're not young. We're talking about 30 to 40, relatively young. These are established leaders. So we have them from the the world of politics, art, culture, etc., and so forth. And Tamara is one of those European young leaders, as is some of the others, which I'll introduce. But Tamara, you've been, you joined the class a couple of years ago. You've been a minister. You've done advisory roles in various international institutions, and in a range of settings. Give us your take on women's economic empowerment from the perspective of having been a politician, activist, advisor, and all of that coming together for you. Over to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I'm super humbled and energized to be here alongside all of my, first of all, fierce fellow panelists, but then all of you in the audience who have been championing the way to unlock women's power in the region. And Demandra and all of you from Friends of Europe, I want to give you a huge shout out and big thank you for, honestly, for putting this topic at the front and center of your leadership and creating a platform for us over the last year to contribute and to strategize really how might we join powers to dismantle the systems that are truly not built for women and by the women. And so thank you for that. But what personally drives me and fuels me every day is honestly remembering the little and the big things that shaped my personal why, like moments and memories of my grandmother and my mother, my teachers, and all of the other resilient, brave women who shaped me and my values. And even through the hardest of the hardships and the wars, they were still able to empower us, to teach us how to stand for ourselves, to lift us up. And so that same raw ambition and kind of resilience that they instilled in me, this legion of amazing, strong Western Balkan women, has helped me as I embarked on my journey as 16-year-old woman, immigrant with accent, leaving the country, kind of fighting to unlock some of those opportunities. And then with a lot of trial and error and ups and downs, like kind of really grounding in that resilience, I was able to unlock many rewarding opportunities. And as you said, I was privileged to serve in Obama's administration as a part of the cabinet of Governor Newsom. And then the most rewarding was obviously going back to my country and serving there. But what I've discovered, and whether it's the fourth largest economy in the world, government of California, or a tiny country in the Mediterranean, we all have similar blockers and challenges. And I truly believe that not until we meaningfully empower women, and first of all, address the cultural and societal norms that hinder our agency and autonomy, we won't really effectively grapple with this gender dynamic and the problem that we're discussing today. So I could talk about many different things, but honestly, I want to come to something that I'm most proud of, that we've done both in United States and Montenegro through the launch of the Leadership Development Mentorship Network and a program in these governments. We created safe spaces for women to come together, to have honest conversations and discussions, and to raise these challenges, questions, get new tools, and share and learn from another and support each other. So I'm going to spice things up here and talk about some of the things we discussed, like some of the conversations we tackled is how to truly embrace failure on the path to success. And to that end, I want to say something that might sound a bit radical here, but we talked about how we truly wish that girls can fail as bad as men do and still be okay with it. And I'm sure many of us have witnessed men failing upward, sometimes completely blowing it up in every way, but still winning in the end, and oftentimes without any consequences because systems back them up. So how can we fail forward and support each other as we do so? We also talked about and tackled imposter syndrome. How many of you have witnessed some of the smartest women in the room being our own worst critics, second-guessing ourselves, being unsure if they really belong there and deserve a seat at the table? I've certainly been one of them, literally all the time. But so letting that imposter syndrome creep in leads us to playing it small and not standing in our true power. We talk about Women on Boards initiative, but a lot of women, to get to those positions, they sometimes do feel grateful and don't have space to really shake up the system. So I'm really talking here about creating spaces for us to empower each other, to talk about those cultural, societal norms that are keeping us down. And then how many times women have been each other's worst enemies, side-eyeing and sidelining each other's successes. So those are some honest conversations and experiences in these leadership programs that we have curated intentionally, that have driven a huge shift in a way that our fellow women participants see one another, and then they have committed to start supporting and surrounding and shouting out each other's names in every sphere. But bottom line is we need to change attitudes away from male-dominated culture to make it more receptive to women's contributions, and really the whole society approach to include all in a dialogue. And so that's sort of the first thing that I wanted to kind of highlight. But then if I have more time for this first contribution, I can share a couple of examples.
Indeed.
Just kind of time.
Thank you. No, powerful, personal, and impressive. Thank you very much. And you've given us a lot of... there are things that people have been saying for some time, but you've kind of pulled them all in one. And that's really useful, especially for looking at the more kind of psychological, psychosocial elements of empowerment, which we often ignore, and the impact on that in terms of societal structures, etc. I want to kind of open it up a little bit before I go to the other panelists in terms of any reactions to what you've heard, and any questions you might have. Please. Can I have a microphone? Just wait, because everything gets recorded, and if we don't get recorded, it's just here at the front. And please introduce yourself, etc.
Yes.
But I also, can I just,
I stand?
no, you don't need to. I mean, it's entirely up to you. You can do exactly as you wish.
Okay.
I just want to say to some of the younger people in the audience, which I know, again, you are here, especially from supported by UNICEF, but others as well. I might pick on you, just giving you advance notice, just to kind of, I want to get your view about what you're hearing here today. But over to you first.
Thank you, Dharmendra, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Vlora Anushi. I'm the head of UN Women in Kosovo, and as you know, UN Women is a global organization. We are sister agencies with UNDP. But what triggered me to actually trigger a conversation, hopefully the youth in this group will react even more, is the enlargement package. We talked today, we had a super high political conversation, but, and I will raise this also in my meetings in Brussels, we are talking about such a huge amount of money with enlargement package, but I want to ask the decision makers, who is safeguarding the inclusivity of this package that is coming? You know, how we are engaging women in conversation of planning or even sharing this amount of money, because in Western Balkans, and I'm talking about the recent statistics, women are less than 35% engaged in labor market. Reasons? Steliana mentioned few. It's high care economy rate. They are not involved in decision-making and planning of budgetary processes because they have people to take care of in their homes, children and mainly elderly. So how can they be active actors in processes where the budgets are being discussed either at the local level or central level? We have solutions. I mean, we as a UN, UNDP, UN Women, especially with the gender-responsive budgeting and analyzing and supporting and providing solutions, but we need them to be part, and if we have to have them part of the processes, we need to make it or enable them to be part of processes. So this whole enlargement package, I think it requires a broader discussion. It requires participation of women and girls. It requires discussion of young girls who are aspiring that through education to achieve something. What are the obstacles that they are facing to access education? Recently, and we just discussed with the ministers, it took me 10 years to graduate. You know why? Because I had to work to survive, I had 2 babies, and I wanted to finish my school. And same with the minister. And then we are judged by the society that, oh, these are lame students who it took them 10 years to study. I wasn't a lame student. I was excellent when I studied even in high school. But the obligations that we carry as women, men don't think, journalists don't think about them. They rather judge us because of that. So this is why I want you, the new leaders of Europe, because you are the new leaders, to bring these topics into conversation with high decision-maker leaders that we met today and talked about, you know, all of these political issues, conflicts, unfinished peace. So even in peace, you must require to be part of that process. Because without hearing us, how peace impacts women, how can you have a sustainable peace? And this is, I hope, will trigger a conversation, again, back to enlargement package, because this is why we are. We want to have an inclusive and happy and peaceful Western Balkans. But then, where are women and girls in all of this conversation?
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for making those very powerful points. And much needed, and builds on this theme of what we've just heard about how do you kind of ensure that the enlargement process or any of the kind of facets of it have a very strong anchor in 50% of the population, which is ignored. I want to go to some of the young people in the room. Oh, excellent. And can I just say, is Agnieszka, is she here? Are you here, Agnieszka? I may have pronounced it wrong. No, she's not here? Okay. Just before you say something, I'd recommend you go on our website, and we have an article from a young woman, and it will make you cry. I can guarantee it's a fantastic piece of writing from a young woman from a rural area who learned how to become a change maker, and she sets out so brilliantly the things that changed her and the environment that changed her, and now that she believes that it was only through the access to volunteering and being able to do things outside her home and her rurality, that she became a stronger woman, a young woman who believes in herself. But it's a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant article. So I recommend it to you. Over to you.
I'll stand up.
Thank you.
So, hi all, I'm Olsa Dome. I'm an 18-year-old girl from Kosovo, and I'm representing Kosovo's youth. To trigger a topic, I think that girls mostly are decision makers in their own lives. But also, if we're talking about women empowerment in economics aspect, I was thinking about a topic that is a nowadays challenge. Because nowadays, we are experiencing a massive brain drain. Like, professional, talented, and skilled youth are leaving their country. We're talking about girls in this topic, but also youth in general are leaving their country to seek more opportunities outside their country. And that is unfortunate because a massive number of girls, especially in STEM fields, as you mentioned before, really need to stay in their countries and contribute. So is there any mechanism or strategy that will motivate girls to stay in their countries or bring experiences from other countries back to their countries and give their best potential and contribute within the boundaries? Because it really should be a priority to keep all the talented STEM girls, considering that it is a more difficult and challenging degree. So this is a really interesting point, right? Is there any strategy to keep girls' youth in their countries and let them contribute there? Thank you.
Can I just ask you, what would you like to see happen? You know your situation, right? You've spoken to other women in the region as well. I met with a lot of you when I was there in Pristina. It was one of the most memorable discussions I've ever had, I have to say, from 25 young women from all across the rural area and the city area, and the very powerful stories of what you have to contend with, especially if you come from a rural area, and the lack of network of support or belief in you to do the different things, even now, in this century. What would you like to see happen?
Well, maybe there could be some motivating and stimulating methodologies that could motivate girls. Me, myself, I am a computer and software engineering student, first year of college. And I got really motivated when the Ministry of Education in my country decided to motivate us by applying different programs, because those little things are an indicator that we are going to the right path and we should continue working hard. So that could be a way. One other way, it could be involvement of girls on decision-making processes, organizing more dialogues, organizing more meetings that could involve us. These could be some ideas from a college student, but of course I'm open to hear more.
Excellent. And would you, if there was a scheme that connected you with other young women in the EU, would you go for that? Would that be something of interest? Because my sense was when I'm in the region, there isn't a kind of sense of how the European youth platforms connect to the European or the Balkan youth platforms. There's a kind of, there's a lack of connection between the two.
I'm jumping to all the topics that I'm going to discuss in my own
time. Okay.
But yes, of course, that connecting and collaborating with other experts and would be really important.
Excellent, thank you. You've given me a brilliant segue to you. Thank you. So, this wasn't managed, people. I didn't know she was going to put her hand up and then celebrate her education minister in the way that she has. But I really thank you so much for being here. No, really, and also for Gordana Čačić and the other ministers that we've had supporting us from other Balkan states. You really demonstrated that it's rare that you'd find ministers attending a working group meeting of the nature that we did. And all of you have demonstrated that actually it was important enough to be there. So thank you. You've been there at the starting point of this journey, and now you're here. Reflect on that, would you, for me? But also, as a sitting politician, education, we've made recommendation for education quite clearly. What can you do to improve the quality and access to girls in better quality education?
Thank you very much. It is
great pleasure for me to participate in first meeting and being together again today. It's a very interesting journey. I had the opportunity to meet a lot of colleagues, people not only from the region, but from other states as well, and accept that we share our experiences, results, we share our challenges as well. And once again confirmed that the challenges that girls and women face are very, very similar in each state. So we may have more challenges in Western Balkans, but in general, the challenges that girls and women face are very similar in each state. So in that topic, thank you very much for gathering us together. Thank you for giving me opportunity to be part of this panel. And I want to share that being a Minister of Education, it is a big responsibility, but on the other hand, it's a big privilege because you may take the action and decide for the policies that may influence they influence in the people. And it was very important for me and for our ministry, our government, to take care for inclusion, to give the more opportunity for those who have more needs. And I want to share just a few of our policies and action that we already take as a Minister of Education and Government of Republic of Kosovo. Before that, I want to congratulate the working group for the work that they done in the report. It was important for us to know that for all 5 recommendations that they are in the report until now, we are working as a government and as a ministry as well, and mostly for the first and the 5 recommendations, that they are about promoting digitalization and skills among women through technology and developing a whole of society mentality towards women's rights. For the first topic, for the last 3 years, from the moment that I'm a Minister of Education, we started to deliver the scholarship for girls and women that they are studying in STEM fields. So we plan to deliver 1,000 scholarship for 1,000 girls that will start to study first year in STEM fields. And this year, the third one, we award 1,082 scholarships. So we have the bigger number of the girls that they are studying in STEM fields. And lately, we found that in University of Pristina, that it is the oldest and biggest university in Kosovo, the number of the girls that they are studying in IT sector is more than 50%. So if we compare with the percentage of even in EU states, it is a bigger one. And what is most important is that the girls in this field, and not only in this field, are not only as a number, but they are really successful during their studies and in this sector. One other thing that we did support in those who, especially girls and women, that we want to have in the profiles that they are more known as a men's profiles. We deliver a scholarship even for the students that go in upper secondary school in the profiles that they are more known as men's profiles. Let's say for electrical installation, for mechatronic, and the similar. And this year in April, we started the first big conference. We call it STEMinist, and we bring together the girls and women that they are working and studying in STEM fields, not only from Kosovo, but from other states as well. And most of them, they are very successful girls and women from Kosovo, that they are studying and working in other states as well. So it was kind of sisterhood, sharing experience, and mentoring for the future. And you will have chance also to participate next year, because we plan to have it each year the same conference. One other thing that I want to mention is that working together with private sector, with NGOs, with agencies such as UNDP, UNICEF, UN Women in Kosovo, and other. We take care for having in mind the gender aspect in budgeting and in all the policies that we made and include. And in the end, I will mention a few other measures that we take as a government, supporting the girls and women and women's economic empowerment. Lastly, for this last 2 years, we have the growing of women employment, 58.3%. And it was because we cooperate with private sector, but we as well deliver the grants for the women that they are beginning in their business. One other measure that we have, it was to support the new, women that they are just new mothers, to support them with not only in financial aspect, but working very much in early childhood education. So building the kindergarten and increasing the number of the children in early childhood education. So it is important for the children, but on the other hand, for women as well. And lately, today, we have the new measure supporting the girls and women that they are victim of violence. And it was during this global campaign, 16 days against the violence. And for that, we, together with private sector, we try and we help these women to find a job and to support them after they survive and have that bad experience. There are just few of measures that we have, and one very important thing is that we have different programs to increase the awareness for giving the same opportunities and to support the girls and women, especially in rural area.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's good to hear. And I think that one of the things that we learned whilst we're in the region was there is such a sharp distinction between the opportunities that women and girls have in rural areas and in cities. It's just, it happens everywhere, but there's a kind of profound distinction, but also it's accentuated by cultural norms around men's roles and women's roles. And we know that. And it feels as if, you know, it feels a generation away from where we are in certain parts of Europe, but I think it still exists. And I think one of the things that, and I welcome people's views, is that digitalization can be the answer to a lot of creating infrastructure for women and girls to participate and become much more engaged, rather than just being on TikTok and stuff like that, which is nothing against that, but it's that how do you create that infrastructure of informal and formal education? So thank you very much, and I'll take questions also. Before, I'm going to go to Mila. Mila, you. Thank you very much. So this woman, again, as a superstar of ours, she's one of our European young leaders. She was also class 3 years ago. Is that right? Or 2 years ago? You joined the class 2 years ago. And she was minister in North Macedonia. And just like Tamara, she's now moved outside of government, but very much still a player, in the nicest way I mean that. And she's been a superstar, like also Fiera Alba, who was speaking in the panel before, also one of our European young leaders. At the time when she joined, it was 4 years ago, right? When she was minister, as you heard from her, Deputy Justice Minister. So we've got a few stars from our European Young Leaders Network, so it gives me great pleasure. Mila, you have been on this journey too with us. And you know, you can see the fact that what happened on this journey was that ethnic division, political difference, rurality or urban, differences in materiality made no difference in that working group. Women came together across the region in this sense of common purpose, right? And you think, oh God, if only the men could be like that, but never mind, the region might be different. However, give us your view on the reports, but also where do you see, you know, as I'm going to build, I want us to build into like what happens next. But I want to hear from you exactly what you think of the report, where we've come from, and the state of play so far, where you see it in North Macedonia.
Thank you, Dharmendra, for a perfect introduction. Huh? So much about STAR. But first, I want to congratulate you about the report, because it's maybe first report that I see and read that is so inclusive, because you didn't write the report from Brussels, sitting and reading all the desk materials, but you just come down, visit most of the countries in Balkans, sitting with all these different groups from the different countries and discussing what are the possible solutions of the barriers or maybe challenges that we had in our countries. And that's why I like when I read the report and see the recommendation, I find that as a main recommendation above all is that, okay, there is no need anymore in supporting in rhetoric the women in Balkan, or just support them with strategies, but directly support them with the financial instruments. And all these structural barriers can be solved, maybe addressed through these financial instruments that need to be in place in all our countries, because we are facing structural barriers inside and discrimination in the country. And also, as you said, that empowerment is not one size fit for all. And this report is addressing that. And it's also part of the state of play, that all layers of women in the society need to be addressed with a different approach, that we need and acknowledge these circumstances which they are facing and address differently in a different countries, but also in a different layers in the societies that we are living in. Also, we need to enable them to participate in the process of decision-making. Most of our countries, I come from the government before, I'm in a civil society now, and I was 15 years before in a civil society, and I'm not sure that we are asking all the groups in a society. We are asking the civil society, but are we representing all the women inside the society? No. Meaning that local self-governments, government needs to discuss more closely and to develop sustainable mechanisms how we will ask those women what needs to be done to be economically empowered, not just to create the measures and just put in a policy and after that implement it, and it's not working. Yes, it's not working because it's not addressing the circumstances that they are living in. The second thing that is really important, it's already addressed and it's part of the state of play, it's cooperation. But not cooperation just as a formal meeting when we ask everybody to share their view about our policy or their policy, depends who is developing. But I think that the private sector, government, civil society, and academia needs to create an ecosystem that is not created now, meaning that we are giving opinion about the policies, but we are not asking how I contribute here, what I'm giving here, what the business sector is giving to empowerment of women. Because I led one gap analysis that was done before 6 months, supported by UN Women in our country, and I go to chamber and ask, what do you do about the women empowerment? They say, why we need to work on that? We are all equal. If there is a women leading the companies, meaning the opportunities are there, by law everybody are equal. Perfect. But this is the space for work. That's how I say that. Meaning that they are not understanding really the concept, but we need to work on that and get them on board and create this ecosystem together. Meaning there is investment with money, with the companies that are open or supporting the empowerment of women, civil society that will discuss more on the ground together with the women and put them in place where they need to be. But definitely the ecosystem is something where we are all giving, not just commenting the things. Also the third one that I like it in the report and needs to be a solution is transformative role of digitalization and technology. Can be really quicker and maybe the easiest maybe a way to close the gender gap. But just if we have a detailed information which women are digitally literate, which of them are not, and to invest directly there. If we have more women that are digitally literate and supported by mechanisms, this means that we can definitely work on this, and we can have a transformation because they will have access to information, they will have access to tools, to finances, if they use all these elements. But still, I'm scared that on Balkan, we need really big effort if we want to discuss about digitalization and use of the technology. Those are the things that I want to address as a part of report, but also there are possible state of play in a future. And I want to say that economic empowerment is not just a moral, moral imperative anymore, but it's an economical necessity on Western Balkan if we want sustainable economy and people to stay and live on Western Balkan. If not, then we can continue like this in the moment. Thank you.
No, thank you. You know, there's the ugly truth about. Now, we best know it in the experience of Albania and Albanian young men from certain parts of the region simply wanting to ship out, get quick money, get into drugs, fast cars, etc. And that's the kind of a syndrome that's across the region. It's not just in Albania. And there's something about, you know, it's been blown out because of the whole UK situation and the ugly kind of comments that were made by the UK. Around Albania, and it was great that Edi Rama went over there and, you know, stood tall and said, you know, he played back the stereotype, if you like. The point I'm trying to make is that it's building on yours, that they want to leave to do things. You know, they don't want to defer gratification. They want immediate success and cut corners to get money, whereas women are not in that mindset. And I think it's about how do you strategically think as governments about using the lever of womanness and girls being committed to their region as an economic opportunity. And that's what, you know, I think that's the issue, that we don't think of women as an economic opportunity, only as something that to be done to and be lifted up, which is just so dated. But thank you for me. Stella, I want to come, you were nodding a lot before I go to our final speaker, because I was watching you as you were listening to Mila. Say, what was it that was zinging in your heart when you heard what you were hearing from Mila?
Well, I'm trying to look at it from both sides.
Yeah.
It's like women for women, but
yeah.
also then what do institutions do for women? Because as somebody who works in the United Nations Development Program, I always felt that I have the support and not of the organization, yes? And in UNDP, we have full parity of senior leadership. And in my last appointment in Bosnia and Herzegovina, I worked and we supported as UNDP a partnership of Deloitte and Adiko Bank to launch a mentorship program for women. So 50 successful women managers, 50 mentees who are juniors, private sector focused. They build an alliance over 250 people over 4 years, which is kind of the same spirit of what we're discussing here. Let's grow the movement, right? Let's build this internal support. But on the other hand, I think this is not enough, because the backdrop to all of this is a strong bias. For example, UNDP's Global Social Norms Index shows that in a decade, the perceptions have not changed. The stereotypes are still there. 9 out of 10 people believe that men are better politicians. Half of the world population believes that men are better business people. And a lot of the respondents believe that violence is okay, which is, I mean, the bias is, this is a backdrop, yeah? We are also working in a context when we have deteriorating institutions of governance. We have less women in political decision-making in the Western Balkans, less women mayors, not enough women ministers, not enough women parliamentarians. So the regulations and policies, for them to work for women, we need to have women at the table when they make these decisions. And thank you very much for the strong example from Kosovo. I hope that this will be taken up and replicated. So my conviction is that we need to work on all sides, and we need to work together. And this is why I think that the report is a good product to inspire us, but also we need to step up and create these strong platforms that are allowing different stakeholders to connect to each other and maybe kind of build up from that.
Great, thank you very much. I will bring you all in. I know time is running quickly and beyond me, but and we'll have this debate. Let me move to our last contributor, Maria. Thank you very much. You've also been on the journey as well with us, so thank you very much. You are from EBRD, so therefore a very different setting or entry point into the conversation. Reflect on the report, but also what you think the state of play and the next step should be, because you are an investor.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will go back to your argument about the potential of women for economic growth, actually. And before doing that, I would like to just give some facts on what is the status of women entrepreneurship in the Western Balkans. Okay. We have women underrepresented, in the economy of the Western Balkans. In the world as well, if we see the figures, it's 1/3 of the whole entrepreneurs or people in the economy are women. And the Western Balkans is living up to that fact. So we have 1/3 of the economic participation by women. We have a lot of women out of the labor force. They are inactive. The biggest number are in Kosovo, following Macedonia, then Bosnia, but the rest of the region also. Over 60% in Kosovo, Macedonia, then 40%, which is not living up to the EU standards in terms of activity of women. So the potential of economic growth in terms of power into the labor market, we can see in women primarily. Although our governments, if you follow the politics of the regional labor market mobility, you would see that they are actually seeking elsewhere. They are seeking outside of our region, trying to pursue workers from other regions to come and fill in the gap of not having enough labor force in the Western Balkan economies. And finally, women-led and women-owned businesses are considerably smaller than the men-owned and men-led businesses in the region. They are usually concentrated in sectors which have less potential for growth. So they are kind of the women in business are stacked into micro and small enterprises, which are in limited sectors of economic activity like trade and services. And what is most important, all the assessments that the EBRD is doing in the region show that actually women are facing disproportional bigger challenges in accessing finances and accessing markets. And this is very important because even the World Bank is assessing that the financing gap for women enterprises is $1.5 trillion. For our region, the IFC has assessed that it's $300 billion. So it shouldn't be like that. And it can be different. So what EBRD is doing is actually we are taking very strong commitment towards equality of opportunity. We have adopted 2 strategies. One is the gender equality strategy, which is focusing on the sustainable market economy. And the second one is the strategy on equality of opportunity, which is focusing on the very facts that you just mentioned. These are the social norms, the biases, and the legal frameworks that are perpetuating this. So my role as a policy coordinator is actually to work on dialogues with the governments, but inform them on what are the barriers for the women-led and women-owned businesses so that we can align these policies that governments are making and respond to the needs of the women-led and women-owned companies. And we call it gender-responsive investment climate. Because the problem is in the financing, we are very much focused on one initiative, which is supported by the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, WIFI, where we work together with the World Bank and the rest of the development banks to improve the ways how we gather sex disaggregated data from the financial sector. And why we do this? Because I said
women enterprises have problems in accessing finance. But do we have data for that? Yes, we have done some assessments, but do we have data from the financial sector that shows that women enterprises actually are not using these equal opportunities that Mila was talking about with the chambers? We don't. And we should have in order to have a business case and persuade more and more financial institutions to have a specific financial products to address the needs of women, and not just women, but also youth, but also people with disabilities, LGBTIQ community, and so on. So it's a multi-stakeholder effort to advance this data gathering, and based on the data gathering, to work with the financial institutions on breaking the biases in lending, in defining specific financial products for this underserved, we call it, market. And to try to move, to breach this gap that we have detected with the assessments. And this is not enough because, as I said, we need more women-led and women-owned enterprises to access markets. And in the Western Balkans, as a developing region, we assess that the public procurement has transformative power and for the economy because it is assessed that 40% of the GDP is in the public procurement. So there is a huge potential if we direct and use public procurement as a tool to provide access to that market for women-led and women-owned enterprises. We see that all the Western Balkan countries have aligned with the EU directive of 2014, which is the directive which promotes use of social criteria, environmental criteria, and innovation criteria into the procurement processes, but it's not operationalized.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not operationalized. We need to support the national governments in the 6 economies to use this criteria and align it maybe with the EU accession or enlargement package, as Vlora was saying. So, yeah. I can talk about that.
I know. I'm sorry. I've got something in my ear saying you've got to stop it soon because the time is up, coming up. But I don't want to. I want to engage with the audience. But you're making some really important points there. But you know, one of the things that we learned being in the region was that there are some really excellent pieces of legislation, whether it's to women's rights to land, etc., and so forth. But they're just not exercised and they're not being implemented. And what needs to happen is, I don't know how you change that. Unless, of course, as all of you are saying, it becomes part of the accession process. And that actually there is very clearly a sense that it's mainstreamed structurally into how you join the union. And so let's hope that that happens from this particular noise here. And it'll be good to see if that happens at all. And let's see how gender features on the 13th of December. Let's not get our hopes up too high. And that's 13th of December is when the EU Western Balkans Summit is going to happen, and we're going to get an announcement on the future of Europe, but also the Balkans. Questions, reactions to what you've heard? Don't be shy. Sorry. Thank you. There you go.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rosie from the Keynote Foundation, and thank you so much for all your excellent work and excellent interventions. I just had a question around the care economy and care work, and also about what legislative or policy or just changes in people's lives can be made to also encourage men to take more caring responsibilities, both for children and elderly. And kind of just interested to know more detail about what you've talked about that in the group.
Great. I'll come back to that because you're so right. In many parts of urban Europe, if I call it that, in the formal EU, you now see men pushing prams and doing stuff that 20 years ago would be like, they're not doing that. There's been a change in that, but I'm not sure how quickly that's going to change in the region. But some of the women can comment on that. Some of the young women in the audience, you're all looking down now. I know. Okay, I won't pick on you. Can I pick on you? No, you don't want to pick on. Can I pick on you? You? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. What I'd like you to comment on, if I may, is if you think, we've heard here about some of the cultural norms, expectations of what it is to be a young woman, the kind of choices you're given. Are they still, you're young, in terms of your generation, are you seeing change in the treatment of you versus a man, your brother, if you have a brother, how the father, I'm not asking you to comment on your own father, but when you see in the wider family, are things changing or are they still staying the same?
Well, first of all, greetings, everyone. I'm Christina, youth representative of UNICEF in Serbia. And I'm really interested in this topic, particularly because in my country, there has been some, let's say, generalization of workplaces. There are some jobs that are particularly for men and traditionally for women. And as I was growing up, I saw many important changes. Also, I wanted to connect on what Olsa said for the brain drain. People from Serbia, particularly women, are choosing to pursue a career or go to the education in a foreign country because of the opportunities and jobs that are not generalized. And they could pursue and be successful in the jobs. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
In the jobs that they chose to study and still pursue it. They maybe do not have enough better equipment and opportunities in their country, and that's something I want to refer and be the change of. I want to stay in my country and pursue a career that is important to me in my country with enough equipment, enough opportunities, and enough space for me to express myself in any way. So, yeah, thank you.
Fabulous, thank you. Thank you for saying that thing. And, it sounds so ridiculous, though, but, it does instill hope in one. But, you are one of thousands of stories that we've come across. And that's what I mean, is what all of you are saying is, how do you build community that supports women across the region? Because I think if you were to create some sort of network across boundaries, we might have a different hope for the future, I'm thinking. So I'm going to ask, you want to come back?
Just one last.
Just wait for the mic.
Because you mentioned the land rights, and now I will speak from the perspective of Kosovo. I'm sure it's not that much different in other countries of Western Balkans. Rights to land, you mentioned land and property rights. It's also cultural, it's women and girls giving up of their property to ensure that they maintain good relationships with the partner, with the family. I think also since now all Western Balkans countries are revising their policies and legislation to harmonize with the legal, requirements and chapters and all of this. We must make sure that sometimes affirmative measures really make the changes. It happened in Kosovo with the gender equality law and affirmative measure, let's say for women participation in parliament. Now we have women who are being voted. They don't need any more quota. We have for the second time the president, so the citizens get educated. It takes time, but then they are educated and they vote themselves. They don't need quota. So this is when it comes to also land rights. Because without having lands or properties, women are automatically disqualified from their opportunities to engage in, let's say, business, in investment, in bigger investments. Because if you see, in Western Balkans, women are mainly owners of small businesses. So we need to upscale, and that we need to do it only if we, provide them the conditions so that they can apply for loans and then grow their businesses. So property rights, access to investments and loans, as well as change of mentality. Indeed. Or patriarchal norms is critical, to ensure equal participation. Absolutely. In business. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who wants to come in before? I've caught your eye there with the glasses. Yes, you. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Itlio Eselmani, and I am a law student here in Belgium. I actually was wondering about something. We talk a lot about the different institutions, the different projects that we want to have so that women will be involved. But I feel like a point that is very important to make is the distrust that women have when it comes to all these institutions and projects. Especially me being from Kosovo, I feel that the cultural bias, the cultural, well, as we talked about, the cultural background, it really holds back women from actually taking the first step.
You mean here or elsewhere or in the region?
I mean, in the region. I feel like it holds back women from taking the first step. And even when they take the first step, most of the time they're disappointed because they do not find the right place or voice, people that actually listen to them and give them the space to express their intelligence in a way or their efforts. So what are the real and really practical steps that we're taking to make people trust more the institutions? I feel like that's a very important thing to work towards.
What would make you trust more? What would have to change to make you trust it more?
I feel like seeing more women leaders everywhere. That's very important. As I've been seeing here, Laura and the Minister Nagavski is very, 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 very important. But I feel like it's not enough.
No. Yeah. Also, don't forget, we heard that even in Serbia, where we heard from the security NGO that you can't, just because you have diversity doesn't mean you can vouchsafe lack of accountability and corruption. And we just have to be mindful of that. That even in institutions, we need to make sure there are checks and balances that enable you to have greater trust in them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else before I go back to the panel? No? No, I'm going to come to tomorrow, don't worry. Thank you, but thank you very much, though. So I'm going to kind of start with you tomorrow, if I may, because I want to wrap up the conversation. So your reflections on what you've heard so far, and what do you think, because one of the themes that's coming back and forth throughout this whole discussion is that for extension to matter, it has to have 50% of the population in the Balkans at the heart of it. Over to you.
Thanks. I really appreciated all the contributions, like super, really deep conversation. I'm just gonna piggyback on a couple of comments from the participants. Viora and another fierce woman from Kosovo raised a couple of things. The first one is around women-centered design of policies, programs, and services. How do we ensure the enlargement package is baked and or grounded in those? How do we ensure that even when we have effective policies that are actually are working in action, because people experience government through delivery, and that's where trust is built. And so one of the things that I'd love to point you to is some of my teammates, public servants from all around the world. We've open sourced tools, techniques, and methodologies around how do you put human-centered design in action when it comes to building policies and services. And so in many different services that we've built, we've met women where they are. We've gone to walk in their shoes and actually co-design those services with them. I'm just gonna mention two quick services. One of them is around healthcare, actually, but the first one I'm gonna touch on is many of you have heard potentially that last year U.S. Supreme Court decided to overturn Roe versus Wade, which was actually a landmark policy that stated that states could not ban abortion. And so we worked with women all around the United States to build a website that will essentially signal to the women all around the United States that abortion is legal, safe, and accessible in California, and for all of those women who needed to come to California. We have met with them and worked with them to make sure that we identified those key questions they were asking, to make sure that the website is translated in 12 languages used in the United States, that is accessible, and that is not tracking any of their data, so they feel comfortable and safe when they're actually accessing it. So just a quick second example. I'm mentioning this because all these tools that we've used to actually leverage research, design, and data and talk to these women and co-design with them are accessible and available online. And these could be used in designing better policies. But the second one that is also open source and just launched yesterday is co-designed by women and for women is paidleave.ai, which has just launched yesterday. And so it's free AI-powered tool designed to assist moms in understanding and accessing their paid leave benefits. and how do they apply for paid leave. And so it's like their personal assistant and navigator through the processes. It gives them an action plan. This paid leave, navigating that system is much more challenging in the United States, maybe than in Europe. So we've identified that problem and wanted to tackle it with the use of AI. But what's maybe most valuable is these playbooks and specific methods that any team can pick to make sure that you can do a quick service design exercise, a quick service research exercise to actually ground the prototype of your service or program in a way that is effective, that involves the women. And then just a quick second thing, I wanted to just highlight the Rebel Alliance, and that is an initiative that we are putting together in collaboration with 10 countries that is essentially doing what some of the participants mentioned. How do we connect women, not just in Western Balkans, but around the world, in a mentoring, sponsoring network? And so we are reaching out to women from diaspora, from Western Balkans. They are getting plugged into governments and NGOs to help address specific problems, but they're also mentoring young women leaders in Western Balkans. Another part of that is working with programs like Women Who Code in the United States. And so there is a training involved and plugging them into internship opportunities after that program is done. So
great.
Sorry if I took too much.
That's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's because I've got a member of parliament that's standing outside with the whole group of supporters looking at me saying, "Finish." But I'm going to give you time and give my apologies to the group, but they can also join us as well. Maria, very quickly, how are you going to take some of the recommendations forward at EBRD?
We are contributing to this process, and we are learning all the time. We are an organization which is evidence-based in developing its approach and strategic work. For example, this issue of women not having land ownership, we have known it, we have recognized it, and we have owned it. So our Women in Business program, for example, is giving 70% guarantee to the banks that are providing loans to women in business in case these are default loans. And what's happening actually is that women in business are the best returnees to these loans. So they are none of them is defaulting, which is a good business case for us to advocate for more support for women entrepreneurs.
Thank you. Mila? I'm not going to say, because you're not in an institution anymore, I know, but you still have your political networks. You're doing some fantastic work on constructive politics. Say a little bit about, just very briefly, how will you take some of this forward?
I think that your recommendations are really straightforward, and I will continue supporting the process of gendering the policies in the country. It's one thing, but also something that Quina till Quina addressed. It's a care economy. It's a potential to the Balkan, meaning that work-life balance is still not a topic that is really discussed on a senior level. In a civil society, we are more discussing about that. But on a governmental level, still we don't have a law that is recognizing fully that, labor law. But the care economy can be a first step if we implement it as needs to be to see more women, especially those 50% of our population, women population is non-active, to activate them, especially in small cities and in villages. We, in a small scale, tried during my mandate. We put some measures in an active measures for employment plan, national one. Some women use it, but it's not on the broader scale where we can see the shift. But I will use it to continue supporting the process of creating this type of activation measures and investing money to young women and women in small cities.
Thank you. Powerful message of gendering systems. You do that. Minister Alberia, in terms of what would you plan? What's one specific thing you'd like to do, take away from these recommendations that you think sticks out?
Yes, I already mentioned that there are a few measures and policies that we already started to implement, and we will go on that, especially in first one in 5.1 because they are under our ministry competences. But if you allow me shortly, I want to go back to the few of topics that they are already mentioned. I fully agree that still there are few professions known as professions for men and few others, let's say teachers or something for women. In that topic, as a ministry, we not only deliver the scholarship to support girls and women to go to the professions like our engineer, architects, and similars that they are known as men's professions, but we as well review the textbooks and have the different activities and take care for gender issue in all our policies and activities. And just to share with you that right now we are relooking the law of labor, and in that topic we take care once again for maternity leaving to be sure that both parents, mothers and fathers, will use this maternity leaving to take care for the children. And we take care, and we are discussing how to address the unpaid work for women. And one very important thing, it is that we are working in building the kindergarten. After we have the law for early childhood education in place, we took care for building kindergarten even in rural area, because we know that in the most of the times they are mothers that take care for the children until they start the school or until.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we want to give opportunity for young women to work, and in the end, to address the things that they are mentioned for more women in politics and in all aspects. These results that I mentioned, they aren't that we are self-satisfied, but they are motivating us for more work. And I'm happy to know that we have very good examples that still motivate us. You mentioned few of cases from Albania, but we have very good examples to mention. We have Mira Morati, that it is from, she is Albanian originally. We have Mylinda Kelmendi that won the first place in judo, Olympic place, and a lot of other successful women. So potential is there, our willingness to support, and I believe that the future is yours and praying for girls and women.
Thank you very much. Celiana, if I may, last but not least, briefly, any reflections?
Sure. Yes, what we're going to do next is, in the region, definitely increase our program of work for women economic empowerment. We're taking this seriously, so we're going to build on these recommendations and also advocate with our partners in Brussels to apply this report, as we're saying, for the EU growth plan, the enlargement process, etc. Globally, we are now starting from the hub in Istanbul, a global conversation on tax for SDGs, fiscal policies, and gender equality. We believe that money should work harder for women, and this is where it is a space for taxation to be used as for fiscal policies to be used to actually support women. Thank you.
Well done. Let's hope that you promote this throughout the entire UN network. You should be proud of it. We're proud of it. We thank you and you for making this happen, really, Thomas, UNDP, because without it, we wouldn't be here. But it shows you that when UN agencies use their money wisely, it can give rise to power. So it's very good. All of you, thank you very much. Thank you for being patient. I've run 15 minutes over time, and we have people out there. But don't go away. Don't rush away, because this session, and it's unfortunate it's happened like this, because we really don't believe in this, that the young people's voices session comes at the end. It is not meant to be like that, I promise you. It was, we had it before the summit, but then I felt that was just ridiculous, because why should we put you pre-summit? You should be integrated right through. Then we had it, so you were in all the sessions, but then we thought, okay, let's have a dedicated session, but it was a nightmare to organize, I'm afraid. So forgive me and forgive us that it's at the last part of the day, but those of you who are from different places, don't rush away, stay. But let's thank our speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And we'll just have a quick turnaround so that we can then invite our young contributors. Can you hear me? Colleagues, grab a coffee. Grab a coffee and come back here, please. We're going to start in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. So grab yourself a coffee and come back, please. You've got time for a coffee, and then come back. Okay, a short and sweet break. I think this is, as I apologize that we have the panel on young people's voices, or Balkan voices, at the end. But you know, I'm not sorry the fact that we've got an all-woman panel here, which is fantastic, which just builds on the kind of theme that's been going on through this whole day. So thank you for being here, all of you, and being brave enough to stand there, or sit there, and make your contribution. Because, you know, it is not easy. And I've been doing this for ages, and I always get nervous. I always get nervous. So I think you're very brave to come up and speak in front of this audience. We also have people online. I'm not sure I can see them, though. Have we got anyone to make sure we fix that so I can see if we have got young people linked? Ah, there we go. Hello, lovely people. Hey, good. Excellent. So what I'm going to do, because I can't, can you, if you get the opportunity, put your name on the screen? Otherwise, I'll have to point at you, and you won't know who it is. So if I could make sure that if you've got the opportunity to put your name on screen, at least, so I can bring you in. So this is something of a tradition with us that. For some time, this is pre-me, if I put it that way, where there was a involvement with UNICEF. But I think what we've done in the past 3 years and 2.5 years is upgrade that relationship and made sure that young people become part of the process. And part of these discussions. And as I said, we first started off with the pre-summit, then being integrated throughout, and then we also had a session where we had a breakout with the commissioner for cohesion and demography, as she's known now. But now we have our dedicated session. And as I said, I hope that next year we're able to build out and make it even bigger. So, thank you all for being here. As I said to all of you, I'm not sure if those of you online have been following the whole debate throughout the day. You have? Oh, great. Excellent. Wow. What stamina. Okay, great. Can I start with you? Just your reflections. So, all of you is a kind of sense of what is your reflection of what you've heard today, as I said?
I don't know. Oh, it's on.
It's on, yeah. Reflections on what you've heard today and what the issues are for you, so people can hear.
Okay, greetings everyone. My name is Maja Ibričić. I'm from Tuzla, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Currently, I'm a student of 4th year of International Relations and Diplomacy. And on my name tag, it's written Center for Ecology and Energy, because that's something that I do the most when it comes to informal education. Everything was really overwhelming. There were so many things that I've heard, positive examples, which is, let's say, the most important thing for me, to gather all the experiences. And I was just joking around that I basically haven't prepared myself at all for the speech. I just wanted to be spontaneous as much as possible. Yeah, just to relax myself, because usually when I follow a paper, it's not good. Let's say that the last session maybe had the most impact on me. Maybe because I'm a woman, maybe because I sometimes and usually feel very vulnerable. And yeah, I made some focal points during the presentation of other really inspiring women. And I really want to say that I am scared. And that's the reason why the last topic kind of had the most impact on me, because in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there were more than 5 femicides throughout this year. And that's why I wanted to address that, yeah, it's really important to economically empower women, but I think it's also like really important to promote their basic human rights, like fundamental rights, because when it comes to brain drain, like Olsa mentioned and everything, that is of course a major problem in Bosnia and Herzegovina and all Western Balkan countries. But I think that it's not always about the money. It's about the dignity. It's about feeling safe in your homeland. And I think that's what I was able to see in my country from some personal experiences. It's not about earning much. It's not about having a huge amount of money in your... It's just about feeling safe and feeling appreciated. And that's what I think it's the problem, not only with let's say, general population, it's the problem among youth as well. Because, for example, my colleagues at the university, they're always saying, yeah, we're good here, but we want to go somewhere else because we're not appreciated enough. We are not heard enough. We have the same politicians for 30 years. We think that nobody listens to us. And I think that the same situation is, at least in the majority of the Western Balkan countries. And I consider conferences and events like this really important for young people, because I feel proud, and I believe that my colleagues feel proud as well, that we have opportunity to talk here, to share our experiences. And I think that's really important, because this cross-border collaboration is really important, as well as cross-sector collaboration, support, and everything. And that's something I will have to say in the beginning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising that really. Well, you could see that people suddenly thought, oh my God, you're talking about femicides, and wow. But that's the reality. And it's not just there, but what's startling is the rise of it again. And it's just phenomenal. And there's something about what's happening and it's not older men, these are young men who are imbibing a sense of identity of themselves as being strong, impenetrable, cannot show vulnerability, and are actually hideously insecure. And that's the reason why. But there's something about the culture that has to shift, because as you say, it's not just in your country, but femicides are coming back in a way that's just so unhealthy. So thank you for raising that point. Thank you for being kind of, as you say, off script. You were brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to go to someone on screen. So if I can go to Selma. Can you hear me, Selma? Can you see me? Can I ask you?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello. Can I ask you to similarly reflect on what you've heard and what your key issue is?
Well, I would say that I would agree with my colleague, and I would say that the main problem is that actually people are leaving Western Balkan because their job is not so appreciated as in other countries. And I think that personally, beginning with me, I always see that knowledge in other countries is much better. But I think that the appreciation is like the main point that I would like to point out. And I would also agree that I think what would help would be that young people could have more contact with the people that are on main places that are giving that are changing the state in our countries, because I think that young people are not asked enough about their opinions or what could actually change the country.
Excellent. Thank you. Good point. And what's interesting about next year, especially in the parliamentary elections for the European Parliament, is that the first time there's about a few countries that have reduced the age for voting to between 16, 17, etc. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, what the impact is. But similarly, we have to see what happens in your region as well. But you make a really good point that how do you get a platform to be not patronized and seen simply there because you're a tick box, but actively involved in thinking about policy because you can, because you experience life just like anybody else does. So thank you for making that point. I'm going to go to one of the gentlemen in the virtual space. So, Aurel, if I pronounce your name correctly. You're on mute. Because we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, excellent.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to share my view and a part of my experience. I'm Aurelio Ferrer. I come from Albania, and I'm from the north side of Albania, which is well known for the immigration, especially in UK. Yeah, and it's
so
a fun fact because
the
city I'm from.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's the country where I come from. It's called Second London from the number of immigration. I'm gonna share my experience here because we have to deal with two types of immigration. We have the underage who go in illegal ways with boats and things like that, and I think problem comes from the
You're going to have,
poor
sorry,
guidance.
hold your mic up a bit closer, because we can't hear you properly. We don't want to miss your pearls of wisdom coming out of your mouth. Go on.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you might want to turn your volume up then.
I hope it's better now.
That's better. Go on. Go.
Okay, now. Okay. We have two cases. The first case is when the underage go in an illegal way, which I think is come from the poor career guidance in school, because they don't know where they're going. A lot of my friends went abroad in illegal ways, and now they want to come because it's not like they were told. And another problem is with the big corruption, which leads to students like me or even upper age, where they want to study abroad, because it's a big problem. I studied for the computer science here at the University Polytechnic of Tirana, and we write codes in sheets. Okay, you need to write the final exam of C programming language in a sheet, and that's a big problem because here the last year it was declared about 400,000 errors in computers. And, we don't know where it's going. Another problem is with schools, because we have books that are translated from the UK, and we don't have the same capacity as them with the labs and things like that. Because every hour that's a 1 hour lecture, and 1 hour you have to go to a lab. But there is no lab here, so students lose interest for the school, and they have to deal with another problem.
Thank you, and that's that's hard-hitting stuff that you've just shared with us, and especially we still have the education minister here, but there's something that across the region, there's something about the quality of education, access to good curricular materials, and corruption. And it's a shame that the two, when they intertwine, especially with young men, it means there's a kind of a negative impact that takes place. So thank you for sharing that. Deborah, I'm going to come to you, if I may.
Well, hello everyone. I'm Deborah Kulgegai, and I come from Albania. I am part of UNICEF's advisory board in Albania, but also United Nations Youth Advisory Board. And therefore, I would like to share my reflections on today's experience, but also give a few points on what I think youth can do in the future.
Okay.
Now, it really is a privilege to be here. For me, it was a choice staying in Albania. I'm not an ambassador, I'm not a minister, I do not have direct power to policies to change my future, but I do have the power to stay in my place and give my contribution, and I'm basically doing just that. Now, we can see our places, Western Balkans, Albania, all that, in two situations. You mentioned before, the glass could either be half full or half empty. You could either see it with an optimistic point of view, or you can think about it negatively. Now, if we see it on the negatively point of view, we can talk about a lot, brain drain, we can talk about migration, but I really do want to focus on the optimistic point of view. Albania, but also other places of the Western Balkans, have such a strategic point in talking in climate and stuff like that, but we also have the power to know and to have the right to give our thoughts to the whole world. I mean, we can find Albanians everywhere, honestly. In the book that we were given previously, there was a quote that was in the first page. It said, "Women, youth, justice, and enlargement." And I'm very happy here to be with young women seeking justice, seeking their own rights, and advocating for enlargement. Thank you very much.
Goodness me, you need to get into politics, my dear. Really, really. I mean, come on, wow. And, go. I won't say Albania because there's going to be too much Albanian pride in this room. Yeah. But there's the West Balkan thing. Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Ivana, can I come to you, please? Welcome.
Yes, of course. Thank you for having us. I would just like to refer back to one of our youth delegate fellows that said at the beginning that brain drain is a problem, but that it's not always about the money.
Yeah.
And
But
I
Ivana, if I
absolutely
can stop you a
agree with
second, where are you? Whereabouts are you from?
Oh, sorry. I'm from Serbia.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yes. I absolutely agree that it's not always about money. Sometimes it's actually to save your health. Here in Serbia, we have problems with air pollution, with general pollution, and our young people often choose to leave the country to save their own health. This problem can actually be solved because young people have knowledge, have ideas. They have many new ideas that could actually help with this problem. They just need a little bit encouragement. They need encouragement, and they need opportunities to actually make those ideas come true. Young people need to be encouraged to create new green jobs, entrepreneurship, startup firms that would actually help solve this problem, and where they could implement all their knowledge and all their new ideas, because ultimately young people are the ones who are going to live in this environment, and they need to be asked, and they need to be consulted, and they need to be involved in solving this problem, because they can, and they are willing to, and they are knowledgeable. So thank you for being
Ivana,
a part
thank
of
you.
the...
This is going to be the most emotional session of the day, isn't it? Oh my God. Oh, thank you. But Claire, I'm going to come to you because I could see you nodding whilst, while Ivana was talking. So share your perspective on the day, but also your issue. Welcome. You're on mute. No, we still can't hear. Okay, we'll give you... Don't worry. No rush.
Yes, sorry, there was a technical problem. I hope you can hear me.
We can. So,
Yes,
I asked, as I
thank
said,
you.
Claire, say where you're from, and I could see you nodding, and that's why I pulled you in.
Yes, hello, I'm Claire. I'm a youth representative of UNICEF Kosovo, and I wanted to be involved in this, theme of today. And I wanted to say I'm not in university yet, so I think I'm going to give a high school perspective of other students that are my age, because I think people here are way older than me. But as of right now, my friends in school and students just all around always talk about how they want to migrate in other places to study for university. So I think it starts at an early time where they are knowledgeable and that they know, they're self-aware that their country is not as developed as other countries, and they want to find better prospects and opportunities in other countries. So I think with a solution, a multifaceted solution for this is including and promoting stability and creating economic opportunities and investing in education and healthcare. And before that, after that, we need to, the students and youth to contribute in this growth and to foster an environment that encourages skilled individuals to stay and contribute to the region's growth. So I think we should start with also the collaboration of governments and NGOs and businesses and just international organizations to create this sustainability and make long-term impacts on population and economic growth.
Go you, Claire. Wow. What about the education? I mean, what about you? Reflect on what you heard from Aurel. I hope I got your name right, Aurel. Please do correct me if I'm saying it wrongly. But the way he spoke about the quality of education, what's it like for you?
For me, actually, I'm a very hardworking student, but I think that came with outside perspectives, actually, from other people and motivators and people who have inspired me to work hard. But I think the level of education right now and how the quality of it is not up to par with how we should be performing as students. So I think definitely start some investments in that, but we need to improve access to quality the quality education and get as much sources as we need.
Thank you very much. Just want to pause for a second to welcome you here. Thank you for. I know that you've had a tough time today.
Thank you.
And so, no, thank you, Ivan. But I was going to also, but good for you, Claire. I'm welcoming our MEP from Croatia, MEP, who's made the time to be here. So I will ask you to be patient, to listen to a little bit more, and then you can respond to what you've heard. But we've had it's been passionate, inspiring, and incredibly hopeful. So, but hey, it's a there we go. Without nothing against either of you guys on the screen. Can I come to you?
Hello everyone, my name is Klara Dragovic and I'm from Montenegro. I'm the second year in graphic design. So I would like to reflect on education because I finished high school, it's a gymnasium, and I want to point out that it didn't provide me any advice about my career. Gymnasium is something general, and I want to say that I think that the education system in Montenegro has to do a reform because we are not. If I didn't continue my education on the faculty, I would be nowhere with gymnasium. Also, I want to stand out that the results of PISA test are below average, and it's really bad for our country. And I think that's the main reason that people my age are looking to study abroad. I'm one of them too. And also, I want to say that I talked about this last year when I was online in this panel.
Yeah.
And right now I'm live and I'm talking again because nothing's changed. And I want to say that right now in faculty, most faculties in Montenegro don't give us the practice. They only just give us the theory, and when we end our education, what we can do with theory if we didn't have any practice. So that's it.
Thank you. You know, it just makes me feel so frustrated because obviously in a year, right, the education system is not going to change, right? We know that, but something could have given, you know. And you just think that given the wealth of talent that's in the Balkans and the number of teachers qualifying in Europe, you think some sort of scheme could be created to improve, and also to share digital resources. You shouldn't be having to deal with translated books, as you said, Aurel, or stuff that's poor quality. Not in this day and age. This simply is unacceptable. You know, I hope some of the people that are here and the messages from those who are listening is this is a simple solution, people. This could be done very, very easily. And I just hope that politicians see the light of day. And I'll ask you about that as well. Don't worry. So, Osman, can I come to you?
Okay, so once again, hello all. I'm Olsa Dome. I'm an 18-year-old girl from Kosovo, and I'm currently studying computer and software engineering. I'm also a part of the youth reference group in UNICEF Kosovo, a group that prioritizes activism in different fields. So as a student, I realized that before coming up with ideas on how to solve different problems, we firstly need to identify those problems. So I'm going to go with the first phase firstly. Recently in Kosovo, one of the main topics that I really want to talk about is the way how we perceive our future in Kosovo as youth. And recently in Kosovo, as you may have heard, there have been some political conflicts, some political instability that has really affected us as youth. Because we are kind of living in a nightmare of insecurity, being scared how those conflicts will be solved, being scared if any kind of history will be repeated. So this has impacted the way how we perceive our future in Kosovo, to be honest. But now let's jump out to some positive factors, to some positive elements. There are more positive elements to talk about. Because Kosovo is a young country with one of the youngest populations in Europe, actually the youngest population in Europe, based in official annual reports, with an average age of 26 years. That's amazing. That's something to flex about. But attached to this, there are also statistics from Kosovo Agency of Statistics that say that in a period of time of 10 years, concretely from 2008 to 2018, there have been more than 200,000 citizens that migrated from Kosovo to find better life conditions in another country. So this brings up a whole new topic that is depopulation. We should bring up some ideas on how to reduce migration and depopulation, and I think that a few actions that need to be taken are letting the youth be a part of decision-making processes by organizing more community engagement meetings and dialogues, and also I think that there should be implementing of policies that promote economic growth. Also, enabling more student exchange programs, enabling more internships, mentorships. Those could be very stimulating. One more thing, basing on my personal experience, I tried to apply for a remote work because I want to stay in Kosovo. I do not want to go somewhere else. I want to contribute for my country. And when I applied on online platforms, Kosovo is not in the map. So what do I do now? Oh, let's go somewhere else. Let's migrate. That should not be the solution. That is one big problem. Kosovo should be put in the map of different platforms, websites, and artificial intelligence platforms that are being developed. And also, as for the last topic, we didn't talk much today about just transition. Just transition is a really important topic nowadays because as we know, we are currently living in a global climate change crisis. And Kosovo is one of the countries that actually has a really big amount of lignite coal power, because 90% of Kosovo's electricity is being produced by lignite coal power plants. So I think that we also need to take some actions in this field. Sure. But we need to apply an extensive program to repair and to modernize the energy system, and then we should raise the awareness to the youth about what just transition is. Because personally, a few days ago, maybe I didn't know what just transition's definition is. So we really need to know its definition and then get used to solving the problems. Actions that could be taken for just transitions are fostering the growth of green industries and also enabling more opportunities in such sectors. I just wanted to mention this topic because I consider it really important. So these were some of the topics I really wanted to point out today, considering them are nowadays challenge. And I think that I don't think it is for a fact that Kosovo's youth is really motivated to give ideas and to take action. So I think that by cooperating, progress will be visible in our site. Thank you very much.
Gosh, this panel's full of politicians, isn't it? My goodness, wow. Okay, thank you. But you know the point you make about green energy and about understanding about transition? I think there could be a different approach to how young people are involved in green enterprises. You have ideas, you have a different perspective, you're able to create enterprise in a different way. We don't do enough of that. We really don't do enough of that. But not assuming that you know everything and enabling you to fail, but also experiment in enterprise. It's really important. Thank you. Matthias, if I've pronounced your name correctly, I hope I have. Matthias? Mate. Mate, sorry, that's what I'm
Greetings.
thinking, whoa, what's he talking about? Mate, my apologies for pronouncing your name wrongly. Give us your view on what you've heard so far.
First of all, greetings. I hope that everyone is doing well. It's a pleasure to be back yet again at this year's Youth Roundtable. Big shout out to Friends of Europe for organizing this event over the years. It's really become something beautiful, and I think it should be something that we as youth look forward to.
Yeah, but you're all growing up. We're not recognizing you after a year on year, you know, like, oh my goodness, you're making this. Sorry, Mate, go on, carry on. Good to see you. Well, tell us where you're from.
I'm the UNICEF Youth representative from North Macedonia.
Yeah. Thank you.
If I were to single out one really beautiful thing about today's overall event is that there are really positive examples out there, and as long as there's one positive example, then that one example will act as a catalyst for even more positive changes to come. My fellow youth delegates have mentioned that we as youth are really hopeful, not just in terms of the just transition, but also of the futures within our countries. As my fellow youth delegate Olza mentioned, the just transition really is an important topic that should be talked about, and not about just the goals that should be made by a certain time point, but also about evening out the playing field and the rate at which the countries progress within this just transition. The EU obviously has certain goals that need to be met within a certain time frame, but there are still countries within the Western Balkans and very particular regions that are still in poverty. If we make sure that these regions advance at a faster pace as compared to other regions, so that the whole transition can occur more evenly, then I think we would see much greater changes within recent years.
Thank you very much, and I hope you keep on with the show of this particular young person's panel, and we hope that we can continue doing this with all of you. Actually, I want to go to yourself now and to share your reflection, but also the issues that you think are important. It should be on.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am Anicia. I am from Macedonia. I'm 19. I'm a law student, president of an organization for high school students and university students, and I'm also a United Nations Youth Delegate for Macedonia. I wanted to connect a few dots, a few points that we talked about today. We talked about a lot about EU integration, about enlargement, and now we're talking about some of youth problems and challenges. And I can kind of connect those a bit. So what is happening in Macedonia and what has been happening for a long, long time regarding our EU integration process is it's not really a process. It's veto by veto by veto by veto, and we are going nowhere. Progress has been made, if you want to call it that progress, on our part in Macedonia, but it all stays the same. What changes is what country gives us the veto. Anyway, I'm not going to stay on that much longer. I think we are familiar with these things. But this also has some impact on the conditions in Macedonia, on the living conditions, which impact the people who live there, young people, and me. For example, we have massive brain drain. We have people leaving the country, no matter their age, no matter their profession, and interestingly, no matter their financial status. So what is the point here? What is the problem? Probably because the living conditions are not respectable. People don't feel protected, respected, and they don't feel like they belong in their own country. And that is a very sad statistic. On the positive side, though, I think the youth of Macedonia is very, very motivated. I think now, after all of these things, the youth are more ready than ever to kind of take action and take it into their own hands and show the politicians that youth have energy and they have power and they have intentions and goals and visions. What I can say to the politicians back home and to all of you here right now is that you are living in a time of our generation, but our generation is living in a time of your decisions. So be in step with the generation.
Look at
Thank
you go. Wow. That has to be quoted and put on a tweet. Wow. That was wonderful. You brought tears to my eyes. Thank you. Thank you. You know, what would be lovely is I wish I had €1 million, right? And I would say, form a network across the Balkans. Someone should give that money so that all of you, because there are hundreds of you that are, you know, that are the same as you in the Balkans, that could be transformative. Let's find a millionaire people out there. Let's find one. Okay, Teodora, if I can come to you from the last on our virtual screen, before I come to you, last but not least. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Teodora. I'm 18 years old, and currently I'm a high school student. And what I believe in this in this session now.
Where are you?
I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Right. So what I think has been mentioned here a lot today is youth leaving their countries. And I think that's the most important thing. I myself have moved a lot throughout my 18 years of life. And currently I moved to Germany, moved back to Bosnia. So I chose to go back to my country from my origins, and I chose to study here. I think it's very important to mention that we have a lot of very brilliant, intelligent young people. I mean, just young, brave women you see here that are live with you. And I have to say, I'm so proud of them. And some of them are my friends. Some of them I have never met, but I'm still very proud of them for being here. And the most important, I think, impact that has been left on me is definitely young people leaving their countries. And I think that's the biggest problem we have all over the Balkans. And I do believe it can be changed. More internships, more memberships, more just teaching young people about their future. I mean, I'm going to the gymnasium now, and as my colleague said, I have no idea what I can do next. So I'm not prepared for anything. So I think that's a very, very important factor in all of our schools, I believe. And as a high school student, I can say that our system here is definitely not developed enough for young people who are motivated, who want to do something. And I definitely do believe that politicians don't really. It's the young people who want to change their countries. It's the young people who raise their voices. It's the young people who are trying to do something. So I think we should just keep on doing that. And I definitely believe that young people can change the future for the better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theodora. Thank you very much. God, this is all just all powerful stuff. Last but not least, Christina, over to you.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. I am Christina, coming from Serbia, youth representative of UNICEF country office in Serbia. I'm currently based in Belgrade, studying English language, culture, and literature. And this is one of the disadvantages when getting a chance to speak last. But my colleagues, my brilliant colleagues, both online and in person, did amazing job pointing out some very important things that challenges youth nowadays. And that's why I really love this kind of event, because this is a great opportunity to have big diversity of different ideas, mechanisms, and also opportunities. What I wanted to reflect on was when a young lady in a second session said that we need right people on the right places. That got me thinking. That really stuck to me, because I was now brainstorming about who are these people, where can we find these people? Are those people from your generation or from my generation? We know that all generations have something to bring with themselves, different terminology, language, ideas, and I wanted to think about the direction of those people being from my generation. So that's when we come to youth guarantee. We need the smoothest possible transition from education to employment. But we know that that's not always very possible, and we need to work all together to achieve that. And also, as a young person from Serbia, I also finished gymnasium and had no idea what I wanted to do next. But one thing that helped me was participation. When I participated as a young person in different programs, workshops, opportunities that my country provided for me, I got the idea what I wanted to do next. And also didn't got the idea that I have to proceed in careers that are contemporary, high-demanding jobs. I got to choose university that suits me with my skills and my interests, and that I don't always have to be practical, as some would say. I just wanted to be myself and do what suits me the best and what I enjoy in. So just to reflect on everything my colleagues already said, these are things that we really need, and we are very thankful. I believe that I speak on behalf of all of my colleagues when I say that, and thank you for seeing us as a solution and not a problem.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. May I, madam, ask you to reflect? So we're really pleased to have you, and I don't want to get the spelling, the pronunciation of your first name. Zeliana? Yes, please. Your first name again, sir. Zeliana. Thank you for being with us. Reflect on what you've heard here today so far. Are these stories resonating with you? And how are you changing things as an MEP in Parliament?
Right. First of all, I must say I'm really impressed and speechless after speaking after these powerful ladies. There's nothing much to say. I think that my job can be taken over immediately, especially after the next elections that we are having, and it's a real shame that these candidate countries are not already in European Union. I was just referring. We just had I was just recording the program on the Balkan and disinformation, and I said we don't need to change anything. We just need to enlarge immediately, because and we lack communication towards the old countries of European Union. Because if people in European Union, in member states, would hear the eloquency and the charm in which these young girls and boys are explaining their desire to contribute, I don't think that there would be any doubt that they must be members of European Union, and that they must share their chance and compete with their peers here in European Union. I'll just say one story that might inspire you. I don't have a big speech, but I'm originally from Bosnia and Herzegovina, although I'm a Croatian representative from Mostar. And during the war, I went to London as a refugee. I was a third year of University of Philosophy and Philology, and I continued my studies in London. So for those of you who finished grammar school, I think me and I and my friends, we didn't have any difficulties to adjust to British educational system. I graduated, I was one of the best in my class, I translated a book into English, I worked in solicitor's office at international conferences. I went back, like Teodora, to Bosnia and Herzegovina, started working in the presidency, and then later on I moved into politics, and I'm a member, as I'm Croat from Bosnia and Herzegovina, I became a member of European Parliament, but we have a huge constituency that have European passports. Like each country in Western Balkans has a huge constituency that they have also European citizenship, and it's a big shame that these young people are leaving and not coming back, and that the educational system has not adjusted to the needs of these young people. But that's the issue that takes time, takes years, but it doesn't prevent you as well to use the opportunity that we have given you through this powerful instrument like pre-accession instrument, IPA 3. I was a co-rapporteur that we have 14 billion euros, and half of some of this money is exactly for your adjustment as well, and also for Erasmus Plus, where you can exchange the experiences, where you can stay as a student for 1 year, or maybe for more, or if you are trying to improve your skills, and internships that is offered in European Parliament. I have lots of interns coming from these countries.
You did? What, from the Balkans?
Yeah, of course, and lots of assistants as well who are moving in. So there's, you know, the opportunities are there. I think that I had the doubts about young people that they're focused on Instagram and on maybe on TikTok. But now when I see the skills and the eloquency that they're expressing, their views, I think that they must be much more included in the politics, that they have to take decisions in their own hands, not to expect that somebody is creating a world for them, because you know, these people who are 21 years old, I was 21 when I moved, and our generation is lost generation. So some of them died, some of them stayed, some of them are, you know, they're not psychologically capable after the war to provide or to do something, to change the world. So you shouldn't expect from your parents to change the world for you. You should be the one who should transform the countries. And transformation is not coming through the revolution, but through the hard work and reading documents and implementing, applying, and doing everything that is needed to become a really true European citizens, where everybody is equal, where all the people have a chance to thrive, where there's no difference, where you can accept your differences and cultures and be proud of it, but also tolerate each other. So thank you as well for giving them a platform to come and to I think this is the best intelligent and beauty context that you can have. But I'm afraid it's such a shame that you're not so public, and unfortunately in the media that we are seeing in Western Balkans, you can never see these things.
Exactly.
And I'm really, thank you very much, because this is a fresh of, you know, this is the best round table that I was invited to. Usually I'm with boring politicians from the Western Balkans that they're always repeating the same mantra.
Absolutely.
I mean, my assistant said, like, you know, they were saying all the same things. So after a while, you know, I didn't prepare your speaking points. So when I came, I just thought, my God, what shall I say after they said all this?
No,
so congratulations, I'm proud of you, and I'm really, really optimistic about the future of Western Balkans.
Thank you. But you know, it's great. I mean, you can see why you are a politician, because you spoke eloquently. But what's great is that the authenticity. What we miss in politics is people to be reflective, authentic, and grounded in some purpose. And unfortunately, what we see more and more, especially through the media, is the absence, or I suppose, the loss of public service amongst politicians. And that has an impact on all of you and those. But you're right. This has been like, you know, having a steroid of happiness and aspirations, listening to all of you. And I just wish that we could have got more people to hear you. And perhaps, you know, with the help of UNICEF, as I said to your colleagues, this should be bigger next year. We need to make it much, much bigger. And I want, you know, all of you to help us do that. But I think let's have 100 people in the room, if not more, because the power of that energy is really incredible. Before we do sign off, sir, can I invite you to say a few words? Yes, you. And I say that because it's about, you know, we talk about intergenerational. There's a mic coming your way. We talk about the intergenerational divide in Europe. It's going to get worse. We know that. And actually, as a generation of 50 40-year-olds who have grew up, growing up on this and imbibing, let's say, TikTok and everything else as a means to communicate. So our means of communication will be changed by future generations. And you've been in places, you've been quite a big decision maker and influenced so much. What's your reflection of what you've heard so far? Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. This has been such an excellent organization of this conference today, but I'm not quite sure if this is such a good idea to ask an old man to comment on such excellent
I think it's the best thing to do.
I apologize for desperately spoiling the average age in this room by my presence. And I still remember very well the moment in my professional career when I was sitting with a colleague and was reflecting, this girl could be my daughter. And now I have reached advanced even more and thinking these people could be my grandchildren. So it was very interesting, and I could make a lot of comments, but let me just limit to say...
a little bit about yourself so that we put you in context.
Yes, just a few comments. Brain drain is the issue which comes up whenever you go anywhere in the Balkans at any level. And the other day when I was in Sarajevo, somebody corrected me and said brain drain has become the wrong word, because it's not only people with brains leaving, but also many people who are doing handwork. I don't know how we say that in English. So this is a huge problem. Therefore, I hesitate to give you the advice, but nevertheless I will do it, which I give to any young person in my home country, Germany, or in Belgium, where I live, when they ask me advice what to do on studies: go abroad. You should definitely go abroad. If you should do all your studies abroad is another question, but return. The other thing which is obvious after having listened to you, you have to speak up, and not only you who are, all of you seem to be representatives of some organizations, but you have to encourage all your people of your generation to speak up. You very much raise the right points. And some of the points which have been raised hadn't been raised during the day. For instance, very important environmental climate change issues. Environment is a huge problem in your region, and there might be a tendency amongst politicians to still, even now, 20 years ago it was for sure like that, to consider environmental problems like consumer protection problems and others as a kind of luxury problems of rich EU countries, which should not bother us so much. We have other more important things. So it's very important that we raise this issue. Now, you all spoke in a brilliant English. I'm teaching a bit in several university institutions in Belgrade and Skopje, and a little bit I've done this also in Tirana. There, my experience is that the language knowledge, well, I have to do my teaching in English, of course, so it's my fault, not the fault of the students, but the average language knowledge of English is sometimes extremely basic. For any job you will do, in whatever area and wherever you do it, make sure that your generation speaks a perfect English. You don't need to collect languages. If you speak other languages, it's also fine. I will not promote German now, who still learns German, but it's very important. Education, since I have some experiences in Balkans university institutions, some of them better than others. I will not make now a ranking, but I remember having done a very good environment course on European integration in the so-called Van der Stoel University in Tetovo, and I have been in other places. But frankly speaking, from my perspective, the university system in that part of Europe appears to me still quite, to me as an old man, quite old-fashioned. Students there, sitting there, taking notes, rarely asking questions, rarely having discussions. So it appears to be somewhat old-fashioned. But students can also push for changes. And not only the professors have to do it, students as well. Some issues which have been occupying the discussions all the day have not been prominently raised in this panel. Is that good or not? Fortunately, we had a break for once on discussing enlargement policies of the EU. I don't want to frustrate you by what I'm saying now, but it's important to know being in the European Union does not mean to be in a paradise. And once you will be there, with all the dynamics you have, you will criticize everything which is coming from Brussels. So you are living your lives now, and you have to make sure that things go ahead in your countries even before accessions. Don't take this moment of exceeding the European Union as the decisive moment in your lives. It is not. Many difficulties will continue after you will be members, and many things can be solved before you become members. So I'm quite relieved that, at least from what we heard, it's not so that in your generation you are obsessed of this EU accession thing. It will happen, I'm convinced. And unfortunately, it has taken much more time than I believed 10, 20 years ago. But it is important not to be obsessed of this, but to make out of this process the best thing you can do. The right people at the right place, that is a very important issue. And that probably your generation only starts to influence. When I had the privilege or the chance to write a report together with some other experts on the rule of law situation in one of the countries, Macedonia, and we were sitting with the highest judge of the country at that time to discuss a bit the situation of the rule of law. Not only we discussed also with the law judges. I said to him one thing which quite shocked him. I said to him, you know when your judiciary will really be reformed and independent? And he looked at me, so what do you mean, when will it be? If you get the best lawyers of your country being interested to become judges, and if these young lawyers, once engaged, are convinced that the best of these good lawyers will be the ones who will be promoted to the higher courts. Came a bit as a surprise, as a remark, but this is the difficult way to get to a situation where corruption is abolished and the right people at the right place.
Thank you very much. So I kept on asking who you were. Oh, sorry. Just to say that former director of Western Balkans at the Commission. I was trying to put just in case you're not aware. That's why I brought him in, because I think it's quite good to get that longitudinal perspective of change. And thank you for being here too. Deborah, you wanted to come in, because I need to conclude this, because I've got everyone shouting at me, looking at me, saying, stop. I'm going to stop. I'll let you have a word.
Well, thank you for your brilliant advices. Let me be brave enough to give an advice of my own for not just you, but every single person here. As I was reflecting on today's words, on today's speeches, I even asked a question on what can the youth do to accelerate the process of Western Balkans getting into European Union. And the people said brilliant words, but let me again be brave enough and say that sometimes they're just words. They're doing everything for us, but here is the problem. I'm just gonna conclude this. I don't want you guys to work for us. I want you guys to work with us. Just work with us and help us build the world that we want to live in. So thank you very much for this conversation. And I really hope that next year we will be having other problems, not these ones. Thank you.
Wow, that's all I can say. Wow, my goodness. You are fabulous. Really. I mean, I have to say, people might think, and I mean that to all of you virtually as well, I'm talking about all of you, okay, is that people think that the most important panel was the first one. Actually, I wish they'd be here to listen to this. This has been the best panel. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, this has been the best panel, and thank you. And I'm sorry that there are more people, they missed out as a result. But let's change that next year. I promise you, I'll make sure I can... Where's the director of UNICEF? Is he still here? No. Okay. But you can push it. More money, more people, please. And so we can do that, and we can count on you also to bring folk. So thank you all. That brings this fabulous day to an end. We've had high drama, high politics, a lot of emotion, but a lot of aspiration, hope to end with. It's like a really good film that we've ended on a good note. And the fact that, you know, you feel warm and cuddly, you really do, about the potential. But the only thing it makes me feel is that, again, I wish I was someone that had access to resources to bring much more power and energy across the region, because my time in there, in the 2 years that I've been going, and I've had the blessing to be in a lot of parts of the Balkans, is you constantly see the potential, and you constantly see the potential of you everywhere. And I think that, you know, those who are in charge of enlargement, or those who are involved in let's say, regional dialogue, are missing the opportunity by not investing in a network of you, but also people here, because there are people like you also in the EU, and we just need to make those connections. Thank you all. Thank you all. We have drinks upstairs, just out there, sorry. We have both soft and alcoholic drinks, so that you can, you know, have a chill moment, relax after this long day. Thank you all. This is the last event of the year for us. So it's been a great way to end the year. For that, I thank you. And keep an eye on our website. We'll be back in action as of next year. In February, we're going to launch a very big report of ours called the Renewed Social Contract. And we're going to, we're in the process of confirming or developing 10 policy choices for the new mandate. And we want to be able to launch that in February in Strasbourg. And I hope that we count on you also to be there, to actually think about a very different approach to policy making for the new mandate. And we'll share it with all of you. Thank you all. Take care. Bye-bye.